All right. Testing. 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 I'm saying testing before I'm even in my stream to hear myself. Testing. I'm saying testing before I'm even in my stream to hear myself. Like turn myself up a tad. Okay, I'm here. And before I get going too far, thumbnail, boom. Just copy all this for the title. Boom. Playlist. Still got the categories. It still doesn't have the game saved for whatever reason. Okay, that should be everything. Changes. What do you mean changes may not be saved? Well, now it's just frozen. That's good. Are we good? I think we're good. I don't know. Drop this in my Discords here. All right. Now we wait. Now we wait. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. Still think I can crank this up, to be honest. It's just barely over halfway anyway. It's just barely over halfway anyway. I don't want to blow out anybody's eardrums if they're like in a call or a party, but for stream it seems like it's pretty low. I don't know. They want me to play Mitchell Robinson 9 minutes a game. How could that possibly be the case? Now, is he going to hit only 1 out of 4 free throws? Yes. Is he also going to grab 10 rebounds? Make it 11. I don't. What are we doing? 9 minutes? As much as I've been trying to make Swigo happen, he's playing decently well in the playoffs. He actually shot and made a 3. This is his first ever made 3-point shot. He's 1 of 1. Could he actually develop a tendency to shoot threes and utilize his A+ 3-point rating? Maybe. Maybe one day. Recap on Swigo. He has a 10 shot 3 tendency. Spot up shot 3 is 59. Mid range left 33. 48 from center. So he's extremely selective. when shooting threes, even though he's really good at it, and he's 7'4". He can just shoot over people. You know what I haven't done while we're waiting for Mullet to come in here? Let's do a practice. I want to see some of my younger players in action. And by in action, I just mean me shooting around. Let's get a reminder that Hawkes is out for the playoffs. Possibly done as a Knick. We'll see how the offseason goes. Look at this dude. Bro makes me think of Luke Cornett. I think I compared him to Bargnani when I drafted him. So far, he's played more like Bargnani on the Knicks than Bargnani on the Raptors. Now, granted, I haven't really given him an opportunity to play that many minutes to show he can be at least a Bargnani, which dude was the #1 pick, right? Like, he didn't have the greatest NBA career, but yeah, I'd really like for him to shoot more threes. And he is 7'4". Maybe not the greatest post player in the world, but and then of course we drafted. Our next draft pick was actually Bryce in that same draft, Bryce James. One hot spot and it's cold. Mullet might be on his break, actually. He may not be in here for a little bit, so. Let me get my... I've got a corresponding spreadsheet here. I'll cut all this off, well, not from the stream, but in timestamps. I'll make sure to point to 45 minutes in when we finally get going. Yeah. So far in this series, there's been 4 drafts. The real-life upcoming 26 draft, we drafted Luigi Swigo and Bryce James. And then in the 27 class, we took Matthias Mayhop at 35. All 3 of those picks were second rounders. And then 2028, we drafted Mate Kayachvili. That might be the best I've said it so far. Took him at pick 16, and he was a 74. So far, he's the highest of our picks. Last year, we did not make a pick. So, interesting. So, who else? And of course, Burries was in the 2026 class, but he was not a pick of ours. He was a pick of the Spurs. So, here's Mayhop. He's cold under the basket. Everywhere else, just normal. I kind of like his shot. He gets up pretty high with that shot. Jeez. Now, can I make it? Maybe not. Or maybe. Interesting. And then Mate. Also doesn't have any hot spots. Does anybody on our team have a hot spot? I don't know. Weeball, welcome Mullet. Just showing off the younger pieces on our team that we've drafted. I opened up by, of course, talking about my favorite player, Swigo. Dude has hot spots everywhere you'd want him to. If he could just develop the tendency to actually shoot threes. He's just extremely, extremely selective. But in these playoffs, he's made his first career 3-point field goal. He actually took one for once, and he made it. In his regular season career, he's 0 for 3 in 4 seasons. I got a hot spot on my phone. Well, that's dedication right there to the series. Yeah, this guy definitely reminds me of Luke Cornett. I was saying I compared him to Bargnani when I drafted him, but I don't think he's not quite as good as Bargnani was Even though he's an 80 overall, I don't think he's quite what Bargnani was as a young player. Had a hard time figuring out the pick and roll controls, and still zero clue how to alley-oop. I'll be honest, I don't think I know how to alley-oop. It was double tap triangle for a while, and I think it changed. True, I could do that right now, I suppose. Quick shot. It's in here somewhere, I bet. Skill dunk. Shooting, dribbling, maybe passing. Alley-oop. Yeah, double tap triangle. And then if you're catching an alley-oop, you have to, I think, press a button. Like it's a quick time event. Yeah. In order for it to actually go in. So here with Swigo. For some reason, though, when I do it in practice, it doesn't work. I don't know if you can't self-lob off the backboard anymore or what. He does this little hop step thing and comes to a stop. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know why it does that. But regardless, we are here in the finals. To recap, Luka Doncic is the starting point guard of the Suns after leaving the Pacers after it was just half a season. I was thinking he stayed there for a year, but no. 5 first-round picks for half a season. That's tough. I think they did win a playoff series, but I, didn't go farther than that. Something I'm thinking about. We are starting Bridges at the 3 and Burries at the 2. The Suns are putting Booker at the 2, and then Braylon Mullins is at the 3. I think it might be smarter for us to put Bridges on Booker. Burries has an A- perimeter defense. It's not bad. Bridges does have more length. How good of a defender is Booker? Because that could also hurt Bridges. At this point, Booker has a B+ perimeter defense, as opposed to Mullins, who only has a C+. I think I am going to make the swap. We're going to swap Bridges and Burries positions. Generational fumbling of Luka yet again. Yeah, did the Pacers hire Nico? What's going on? Looking at the rotation. No Hawkes. No Diawara. Shout out, John. But I think we might as well just get right into it, now that I've been streaming for half an hour. Or whatever it's been, 20 minutes. Anything else to show? Oh, yes. Very, very important thing to show. More expansion is coming. The St. Louis Slimes, as well as the Brooklyn Knights. To recap again, the Brooklyn Nets moved back to New Jersey, which left a hole in Brooklyn. And then the St. Louis Slimes, another creation of Octi's series. He ended up not using the Slimes, though. He audibled away from the Slimes. I love it. It's a snail. He's fast. It reminds me of Turbo. It's a great logo. I wish he'd have used it, but I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it instead. So thank you, Octi and friends. I know he has a guy that helps him with his draft classes and these teams. I don't know who to thank for that one, though. And then this one was not him, but I found that too in the very limited, hard to find anything file share. But I did like this for the Knights. So that leaves 2 potential cities in mind to expand to in the future. That would be, maybe not specifically, it depends on what I can find, but another Canadian team, and then potentially a team in Mexico. I think those are realistic options for the NBA after what I assume will be Seattle and Las Vegas next in real life. Now, I don't know about St. Louis and yet another New York-based team, but we'll see. Can't not show off the Slimes. We can check in on the prospects. Of course, their stats aren't showing, which stinks, but DeBoney, still the number one option. Flory Kuminga, King Baycott, Charles C. Clemens, great name, has an A perimeter defense. Man, I had shades of Kostas Papanikolaou there for a second, Knicks legend. I don't know any of these people. I don't know if any of these people at this point are real or not. But a couple of those at the top are. So that's why we're going to stop after this draft class and use my draft class and then Octi's for the future until those run out. And then we're going to be just using auto-generated. And we'll actually have to do some real scouting at that point. We'll be 11 years into the franchise, but we'll have to actually scout ourselves. Oh no. Looking at the mock draft, the Lakers, because of the Pacers, have the best odds to land Mohamed DeBoney. That would be unfortunate, we'll say, as the Pacers are rolling out Santi Aldama and Cody Williams as their bigs at 6'8", 190. Ah, boy. 5. Well, you know what? We did get a couple first rounders back to the Pacers by trading Tyrese Halliburton. Of course, that happened in the last stream. And probably a good thing, because Brandon Williams, who had been their starting point guard, is currently hurt, out for the year with a dislocated right patella. Yeah, he the thought with him was he's kind of similar to his brother and decent athlete and 3-and-D type guy. It hasn't gone great in Utah so far in real life. But there's a world where he develops, and he's developed pretty well so far in this. He's an 83. He is a good defender. He's a good athlete. Everything else is kind of coming along. So there's a world where he's a valuable NBA player. He's averaging 9 and 5, 2 assists. Not a very good three-point threat. Now, what happened here? The 26-27 season, he shot 78%, 75 from 3. Did he play like 2 games? He played 3 games. He either got hurt or was just completely out of the rotation. Unfortunate. We can look at... Oh, we can't look at extensions, but we can look at our salaries. So Jalen Brunson's under contract. Mikal Bridges' contract goes way down starting next year. And Karl Anthony Towns goes up slightly. But you see our projected cap at $62 million. Now, OG is back. He's actually the 4th highest paid player on the roster at $9 million. We're getting older pretty quick. And I know we've got some young guys developing, but because we've kept our starters around for this long, we are getting kind of old. And there's a world where maybe this is the offseason we trade Karl Anthony Towns. There's a world where maybe Mikal Bridges moves to the bench. I think a lot of things could happen. We'll see if OG's back. He's played well. He kind of scored the ball better than I expected he would at 9 points a game off the bench. Jaquez was playing pretty well. I meant to extend him and I forgot, and then he got hurt. So that leaves things up in the air with him this offseason. Mayhop should have an option or be restricted. Josh Hart, we'll see. Mitchell Robinson's going into a contract year. We'll see. Obi Toppin, same deal. So the roster could look vastly different, and we already have a lot of cap space. So we could maybe make a run at, say, 2 established stars this offseason, or we could run it back entirely. A lot of different things could happen. And a lot of it depends on how this finals goes. Because while we have gotten back to the finals for the second out of 3 years, that's not guaranteeing the team's going to stick together. I believe this is also a contract year for Mike Brown. Unless I'm wrong about that, he may have a year left. I forget exactly which season it was. We gave him a 2-year extension. It was either before this year or the year before. And for whatever reason, you can't see your coaching staff at this point. I guess they don't want you firing your head coach during the playoffs, which makes sense. Oh, wait, my staff? Oh, my staff. There we go. He will have 1 more year. So it makes sense to keep our guys together throughout Mike Brown's tenure. There's a chance he could retire, because he retired before this point in my test. So we might have to find a new coach shortly after these finals. Look at the Suns roster real fast. They do not have Porzingis, who averaged 15 points in these playoffs. I guess counteracts us missing Hawkes a little bit. We did just swap Burries and Bridges. Mitch Robinson is going to play heavy minutes in this series. Sweego's going to get an opportunity. Dingus Bingus. Knicks legend. Knicks draft day legend. Josh Hart at the end of the bench. He will play if we get an injury, I suppose. He's probably the next man up unless it's... I think if any rotation player gets hurt, he's probably the next man up. Like, even if it was Brunson, we probably put Burries at the point and, I don't know, OG into the starting lineup, and then Hart takes his place. Something like that. Anyway, let's actually get into these finals. Game 1, we're on the road. We are the road team. I think we had a home court advantage last time we won the finals, which was, of course, against the Thunder in a sweep, if I remember correctly. Yes, 2 years ago. Yep. And the Suns are trying to go back-to-back this time, so added motivation for them. Let's see how we do in Game 1. We'll go just fast, see how this goes. Here we go. Game 1 of the 2030, or 28-29 finals, whichever season we're in, I don't know. I believe it's year 5. I think this is the year 5 finals, whichever year it makes it in real life. We trail by 5 at the end of the first. The scout wants me to give less minutes to Mitch Robinson, more to Obi, and more to OG. But what about rebounding? Cat's good, but I don't want him being our only rebounder. We actually tied the game at halftime. Pistons, Knicks, Suns, current. That's correct. Yeah, Pistons with the 2-peat. And then they decided to go after KD when they did not need to. Trail by 3 at the end of the third. We're getting down to it. It's a low-scoring fourth quarter. And we need to make something happen soon. We're approaching the 2-minute mark. We're only down by a point now. We're making it happen. Nobody's scored in a bit. Oh, we're going to tie it up. Oh, 3, 3, 2. Oh, another 2, 2. Oh, we take a lead. They take the lead. We take the lead. And it's a win. By 1 point. You never knew what was going to happen there. Whole lot of back and forth. They should have been on television. If only they televised basketball. Devin Booker, 37 for the Suns. It seems like putting Bridges on Booker didn't really have an effect on Booker. But maybe it did on limiting Mullins, who was only 5 of 11. And Luka just 10, nearly a triple-double, but Rasheer Fleming was kind of going off a bit. Not really going off, but 18 points. He only averages 10 in the playoffs. Luka only taking 9 shots. Less than Thomas Haw. That's kind of hard to believe. Interesting stuff. For us, Brunson leads away with 34. Towns 21 and 19. Mid-game, I was saying I don't want Towns to be the only rebounder, and he went off and had 19 boards. I think that's the most I've seen him have in this series. So maybe we're sacrificing Burries a little bit offensively, and we're sacrificing Bridges a little bit on both sides of the ball, I guess. But it worked. It ended up working by a point. Swigo, 5 free throws, 7 boards. Bronny scores 5. I mean, it's not great, but it's contributing. Interesting stuff. Well, it's a good thing Brunson had 34, because really not the best offensive performance. Mayhop 6 of 8 off the bench is good. Bridges had 5 fouls as well. I don't know if that really helped. I think I'm gonna switch back Burries and Bridges. Now, if we go out and lose by 20 this time, maybe I switch it back. But it's nice to steal one on the road to start the series. I will say that. I don't think we changed the rotation at all here. So let's go into game 2. Here we go. If he would have had 32, they would have lost. Good thing he had 34. And not even 33. You never know what could happen in overtime. You never know. Tied up at the end of the first. This is going to be a close series, isn't it? I'm expecting Luka to have better games too. I don't think... we've talked about Brunson. It's been a while since we talked about Brunson's defense, but the two-peat of the Pistons, I was very concerned about Brunson playing defense on taller point guards. Well, now he's playing against Luka, so... Tied at half as well. Are we going to be tied after 3? No. Looks like we're going to be up, maybe? Yeah, we're up 2 at the end of the third. Quick start to the fourth quarter, though. They are coming back. Not quite a back and forth type of game, but a very close game throughout. 3 minutes to go. We're up 5. Make it 3. Nobody's scoring now. Make it 1. Make it 4. Big 3 from somebody. Make it 2. Make it 5. Are you feeling alive? The Knicks on the road. Now, oh, they trail. Oh. Well, Brunson needed an extra 2 points again. Didn't happen this time. Suns win by a point. Insanely close games. 2 points. I've decided a 1-1 split. Luka with 28, Mullins 25, and Booker 23. The big 3 scoring shows up. Fleming 15 again. He's played well against Cat, it seems. Although Cat was, dominating the boards the last game. How did we do this game? Burries with 24, Brunson 23, Bridges 16. Mayhop's been scoring really well. Just 2 of 7 from 3, but yeah. Towns just 11 and 9 in this one. Mitchell Robinson 18 boards this time. He had 9 offensive, 9 defensive. Do we potentially shorten the rotation? Is there anybody I would take out of the rotation? And the answer is probably Bronny. And potentially even Obi Toppin, because look at Swigo had 8 and 5. He made another 3. That's all he did. Oh, he got 5 free throws too. That's all he did from the floor, 1 of 5. Just an odd player. Like, it makes sense that he was pick 32 and not like pick 12. He's an odd, interesting player. And by that I mean a bench player. But he's forced into action here because of Hawkes being out. Obi Toppin just not really contributing a ton right now. I think he's going to lose some minutes. And I think Bronny as well. Mayhap might actually go up. OG might actually go up as well. And then maybe Swigo. Gosh, 38% from the field. And he's 100% on 2 attempts from 3. I'm going to let him keep his minutes. Do we just go all in on Brunson? He's playing 34. He should probably play more than that, like 38, which probably means he'll play like 36. And then between Burries and Bridges and Towns, probably Towns should get these extra 2 minutes. All right, we come home to New York for Game 3. Our first rotation adjustment. Let's see how it goes. They still want me. Oh, now they want me to put Diawara in the rotation. Shout out, John. Tibbs would have the starting 5 all over 40 minutes. True. Well, it's not going so well this game so far. Do we need to take the Tibbs approach? Although I just shortened our rotation and now we're doing worse. So we're on the verge of getting blown out. We are getting blown out. We're getting demolished. Not a good look. All right, let's get through this game. Not a great look. Going to get outscored in each quarter. Going to allow almost 150 points. And Devin Booker scored 50. Yikes. Well. Boy. Bridges just 2 of 9. Burries 3 of 11. Swigo 1 of 6. Swigo, he appears to just shoot too much. And I wish he would just take them all behind the arc instead. So, now what do we do after that performance? That's not what I wanted. Swigo got to do better. Swigo is on the verge of me bringing up John again. Do we go to Diawara as our extra big? He's barely played in these playoffs. He's barely played in this season. He's played in 14 games all year. Burries did not do well either, yeah. Mayhop's been shooting pretty well overall. G's been okay. Bronny doesn't seem like he moves the ball too well because he never gets assists. Is it time to play his heart out one final time? And he is actually planning on retiring. I think we need Josh Hart. We need to play with more heart. Burries has kind of become our second scorer. Barely. Well, no. Towns is still second, but I think we're going to change a lot here. I know the first 2 games were so close. That game was terrible, though. We're going to take Robinson out of the starting 5. We're actually going to put in Obi Toppin to start. We're also going to take out Burries from the starting 5. We're going to put in Josh Hart. Now, neither of those guys are going to play a ton of minutes. And this also means Swigo is now not going to play minutes. It also means Diawara is going to play minutes. And Bronny is not going to play minutes because Burries is. I'll reset all that once I get the minutes distributed because that was a lot of changes. Burries is still going to play at least like 20 to 24 maybe. I think OG comes down a bit. Mitchell Robinson obviously comes down to like 20 or so. DOR is going to play like an 8-minute stretch. Brunson's going to go up. Towns is going to go up. Hart's going to play like half the game at the 3. And then Obi's actually going to benefit and get more minutes here. We'll still have Towns and Robinson be playing some minutes together because obviously Robinson's got to play somewhere and Towns will slide down to the 4. Huge changes. I don't know if throwback is the right word, but we've got Obi Toppin now back in the starting lineup, and even Josh Hart, who has not really been playing this year. I mean, look at all the. I know Obi's not a current Knick in real life, but look at all the real Knicks we've just not replaced in this series. Still getting minutes in year 5. Okay, not the bottom of the rotation as much. This is what we're going to go with for game 4. It is a home game. Here we go. Yes, we had DiVincenzo, I think, up until this year. I think we ended up technically replacing his roster spot with, or no, I guess that was 2 years ago already, with Burry's family reunion. He might be back next year because if Josh Hart retires, that'll be a roster spot. But we do have a lot of first-round picks as well. We get off to a nice start, 9-point lead at the end of the first. The scout wants me to give less minutes to Josh Hart and Obi and more to Bronny. So basically just to reverse everything I just did. Nice. I wish I could hit R2 and it would show the box score while it's simming, but I have to stop the simulation in order to show, as we are off to a bad, really bad scoring third quarter, but we grab the lead back maybe by the end of the third. No. Oh boy. Oh gosh. 9-0 start to the fourth quarter. Not looking too good. Not looking too good. Not looking good at all. We got to get stops from here on out. Yeah, we're just not scoring. Nope. Nope. All right. 126, 119. Tank for justice. Oh, you saw that, did you? Yes, the waterfall Batman was a hint as to who was to come that I've been referencing along with yourself. He's coming. Bridges with 25 leads the team. Towns 20. Brunson just 15 on 8 shots. 8 shots, Brunson? Oh, he only played 20 minutes. He fouled out, as did Burries. Oh, as did Bridges. Oh. The NBA wants the Suns to win, huh? Josh Hart, 7 points, 6 assists. Diawara, 5 points, made a 3. Well, we trail 3-1 now. Thankfully, no injuries, as Thomas Haw has gone into the starting lineup. That's the first I've noticed that. Do they have an injury? A new injury? They just still don't have Porzingis. They got 5 Shays. Did me trading Luka Doncic to the Pacers inadvertently create a potential Dynasty Suns team, as they are on the verge of two-peating now? Now what do we do? Thomas Haw at the 4. I think I want Towns back at power forward and Robinson back at center. Now, I'm not going to bring back Swigo, I don't think. He just doesn't seem to do enough for me. We're going to keep Obi at the backup 5. Now, he's not going to play a ton. Diawara is still not going to play a ton. Only a Pacers fan would do this. I can't believe you've done this. OG, 32% from 3. He's averaging 9. Mayhop shoots the ball incredibly well from the field and from 3. Burries has been relatively efficient throughout the playoffs, but it just had a terrible game. And then we got Swigo, Bryce, Bronny. This could be the end of Bronny being with the Knicks as well after 3 years, as he's not in the rotation currently. And we have Mate. Could Mate play? I don't think so. I don't know if I wouldn't trust that right now. We do have 14 minutes to go around. Brunson and Towns and Bridges should probably be playing some of these minutes that Hart is. Meet Cavatapi. I tried to say it again earlier, and I think I got close. Kiachavili. Maybe there's an extra emphasis there. I don't know. I do like Cavatapi, but I probably wouldn't say that to his face. So, Game 5 could be the decider. Will the Suns win back-to-back, or can we force it back to New York for Game 6? Where is he actually from? Because it says something, either Republic of Georgia, yeah. Very interesting combination of name and origin. But here we go. Game 5. Series on the line. We trail by 5 immediately. Just be there at the end. That's all I can ask. Yeah, he's from Atlanta, actually. Well, once again, it's not looking great. Here at the end of the first half. Can we close the gap up a little bit? Yeah, we end up tying them through the second. And we're going to take a short lead to begin the third quarter. Congrats, Suns. It's not over. We're hanging in. We're trailing by 7 now to go to the fourth. Not great. Still down by 7, down by 9. Oh, 2. I saw 2. 1. Only down by 1. 3 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. We take a lead. They tie it. We take a 2-point lead. They tie it. We take a 2-point lead. They tie it. Oh boy, it's coming down to a 2-point lead. 3-point lead. Did they foul? It's over. 3-point lead. Towns gets it done against the Suns. Touch and go for a while, but we closed the deal. Whew. And by congrats, I mean congrats on losing at home. Rip Bozo. Now they have Isaiah Hamilton in the starting lineup. Did we have an injury? No. They're also looking to change their lineups around. Interesting. So we win by 3 this game. Luka with 32. Kevin Porter, 17. Is this the first time I'm noticing he's even on the team? Mullins only 6 on 2 of 14. Clifford off the bench, 1 of 6. Not great either. 37 for Towns, 14 boards. Josh Hart fouled out in 21 minutes. I don't think he has the athleticism to quite keep up like he used to. Mitchell Robinson, 14 boards, 8 offensive. That's just such a help. 8 offensive boards. He had 5 fouls. Just posted a Kevin Porter Jr. related post in Discord, actually. Let's go check it out. Kevin Porter Jr. says he's on a mission to beat Bam's 83-point record out of respect for Kobe. Now that Kobe got beat, I gotta beat Bam just for the respect of Kobe. Oh, no. Oh, no. You know what? I thought it's funny. It reminds me. I thought of a similar thing about, who the heck was it this morning? I think it was an NFL player. It wasn't Puka. Was it somebody talking about Puka, maybe? Ah, crap, I forgot. I'll let you know if I remember. I thought a very similar thing, like, hey, didn't you do this? Why are you saying that when you did this? It draws attention to yourself in a negative way. It's just not the smartest thing to be saying. And what does that actually do? Like, even if he scored 84 in a game magically, how would that? He's going to dedicate it to Kobe? Do we think? Is he insinuating that Bam didn't like Kobe? Like, what are we doing? Anyway, Towns with the big double-double, 37 and 14. Brunson had 30. DOR with 13. All right. Burry's only 10. Burry's has just not shot well here in the finals. He was playing well and shooting efficiently, and it's just evaporated. Bridges only 2 of 6. Mayhop only 2 of 9. Hart fouling out in 21 minutes is pretty funny. Mate actually did play a minute in this game, had an assist. So, game 6 at home. Do we want to make any adjustments? Bridges hasn't exactly been a great scoring option, but now that we have Brunson and Towns playing all of the minutes practically, he doesn't need to be necessarily. Does Diawara take Obi's minutes maybe? At least some of them? Maybe Mayhop comes down a little bit. Must win game 6. Gotta have it. Here we go. We get off to a 7-point lead to start. That's always helpful. Big lead to start. 17-point lead. 18 at the end of the quarter. They want me playing Swigo and Bronny and not Josh Hart. I get it. I get the overalls, but are you measuring the man's heart? Are we taking into account his heart? I like Swigo. I've been rooting for him to actually develop into a useful option, but sorry. Throw my mic. We're maintaining a safe distance at the moment. And we're getting off to a good fourth quarter as well. This one looks to be in the bag. And we are going to force a deciding Game 7 in Phoenix. As we lead wire to wire, 123-98 final. And again, Towns being focused, not Brunson. Towns 34 and 16, Brunson 31 and 8, and Bridges 24. That's kind of what I've been wanting ever since moving Burries to the bench. And again, 3 of 12 from Burries, and then only 3 of 10 from Mayhop. Really bad shooting. Mitch Robinson doing his thing. Oh boy. And no injuries. Now Kelly Oubre is the starting small forward. They're taking the Josh Hart approach as well. You know what? Kelly Oubre starting. I know I've been saying he's not playing that well right now. I'm going back to my initial idea. We're putting Burries at the 3. This was the first thing I did for game 1 where we won by a point, right? Been a good series. Why do I feel a 40-point loss is incoming? It might depend on my thought process here. I want to put Burries back in the lineup because I think he can take advantage of Kelly Oubre starting at the 3. And we'll let Bridges deal with Booker. Brunson still has to be at the point. Towns at the 4. He's, outclassing Thomas Haw. And then Mitchell Robinson doing his thing, pulling down 10 offensive rebounds a game. True, it could go either way. It still could go either way. I think at this point, Mayhop probably is going to get less minutes. He's shot the ball well, but he's been a little inconsistent for me. We only have 6 minutes to go around. I think it's actually going to go to Bronny. He's good for 5 points. 5 points a night. And it's actually going to be an 11-man rotation for the final game, which is a little wonky as well, but now this is without giving any extra minutes to Burries. It's going to stay at 20. Although I could maybe take some from Hart. I want him playing his heart out still, but I don't want him playing too many minutes, you know? And this will be his final game either way. Anybody else feel like that? Hopefully not. Yeah, there's Josh. Seems like everyone wants to stick around. Hawkes thinks he wants to. That's good to know. Yeah, nobody else is thinking of retiring. And Towns. Hart is only like 34, 35. So he's just on the cusp of being old enough to retire. Now he basically didn't play at all during the regular season, so it makes sense. He played 7 whole games. Here he's starting a few in the finals. And look at that, plus 4 point differential while he was on the court. That's why I wanted him out there. Defense, intangibles, all that good stuff. Hart. Kind of a meme, but kind of true. All right, game 7. We'll take it on normal speed. See how it goes. Oh boy, 2-0. Still 2-0. Still 5-0. The Suns cannot buy a basket. They finally do 6 minutes into the game, and just like that, they're ignited and they take the lead. Well, tied up at 15. Still extremely low scoring first quarter. With some of the scores we've seen simulating and also in the simcast. 21-19 at the end of the first. A defensive battle for game 7 for the championship. Ow, cracked my fingers. Sun's getting away from us. Up 10, up 13, up 15. Oh boy, we've gone cold. 14, 13, 15 at the end of the second quarter. Yikes, we've scored 37 points in the first half. The offense just does not appear to be there this game. We need Towns and Brunson to take over, and we need them to do it fast. We're on pace for another 20-ish point quarter. Yikes. It has gotten away. Yeah, it's gone. We're going to need a heck of a fourth quarter performance from the squad. Down 27, and it is not happening. We are going to score maybe 10 points this quarter. Are we going to have an injury? Did somebody get hurt? Are we just playing that poorly this game? It's not quite going to be, well, is it going to be 40? Maybe it is. You called it would be a 40-point win. It's going to be about 30. As the Phoenix Suns are the second team to go back-to-back champions in this series, with us sandwiching, or not sandwiching, being sandwich. Well, waited to start scoring once the game was out of reach. Yeah, we did put up our best quarter in the fourth, but we only outscored by 8. Their second and third quarter defense was, combined with how good their offense was, 68 to 39 in those quarters. Mullins 27. They ended up putting Mullins back in the lineup, or did he just do that off the bench? Luka Woolman, Finals MVP. I mean, we took him to 7. Yeah, Mullins, I guess, off the bench in 23 minutes, 27 points. Maybe Josh Hart was not the right call. Brunson 25, Towns 24. It's kind of just them. It's kind of just become just them. Bridges, the scoring is fine, but only 30% from 3 in the playoffs. Burries with 10, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists, a team high, but only 2 of 13 shooting. Mayop just 1 of 8. Diawara 4, Anunoby 4, and Anunoby 4, sorry. Obi 3, Bronny 3, Mitchell with his 10 boards. Josh Hart, no points, but 7 rebounds. He played his heart out till the end, but ultimately only 2.7 points per game in 16 minutes. Maybe wasn't the best option. Swigo ended up averaging 6 and 5, but on just terrible shooting, because he goes 2 of 2 from 3, but he's only 41 of 111 from inside the arc. Just such an odd skill set. Odd tendencies to match his skill set. So I will say for the offseason, what Bridges has going for him now is that he's much, much, much cheaper. He will likely be relocated to the bench, but we need to find players that can do better than Bridges on down, because this just isn't going to cut it. I mean, Luka only 15. Could Booker have made a Finals MVP case? He averaged, well, I don't know what he averaged in the Finals only, but for the playoffs, 28.5. But it ends up being Mullins who puts the dagger in us with 27. Unfortunate. And the fouls weren't super crazy. Brunson had 4, Towns 5. For them, Luka actually fouls out, as does Maluach. And Haw had 5, so pretty even. Well, they had 11 more fouls than we did. We just 9 of 43 from 3-point range. 12 turnovers. They had 13. They out-rebounded us by 14. Towns with only 8. Burry's having 9, though, and then Robinson 10, Hart 7. That's surprising that we got out-rebounded so badly. Now, yeah, we missed more shots. And Mitchell Robinson does give us a lot of offensive rebounds. Well, only 3 in this game. I don't know. It's a weird game. We just got outmatched because of Luka, I suppose. Unlucky. In the playoffs, Brunson 27 points, Towns 19. Burries, I guess, was our third option. I don't know if that's really true or not. And then Mayop was kind of inconsistent. He's still a bench option in my eyes. Everyone else seems to be a bench option. I like Mitchell Robinson still. He averaged 11 rebounds a game through the playoffs. 31% from the free throw line. How many free throws does he actually shoot? Only 16 in over 650 minutes. So, I mean, it's not like that's that bad of a liability. If they were playing Hack-a-Shack and he was shooting 20 a game, then yeah, but... Well, I'm thinking this is going to be a much different roster. I know we've made it to the finals 2 out of 3 years and have 1 win, but as we go into this offseason, I think changes are in store. Player retirements, first of all, Anthony Davis, Julius Randle, Miles Turner, Bobby Portis, Kelly Oubre, Joel Embiid, with the Pistons, with the terrible, no good, very bad Pistons, decides to retire. Decides to go there for a year and then retire. Pascal Siakam, also a random, why would you do this season? I know the Pacers were bad, but like, what'd you do that for? Derek White. Kyle Kuzma, the Thunder killer. He killed them from within. And there's Josh Hart, will officially retire. Salutes Ben Simmons, Knicks legend as well. Had a great season for us when he averaged 2.5 points. And Sam Merrill, a Knicks legend in the series, he played a tiny bit in the playoffs in our finals year. Sure, we'll go with that. One of the best NBA players of all time, if you're counting every single player who's ever played. And then a lot of these guys aren't real / G League guys / draft class guys that didn't develop, and they're hanging it up early. I think we need to have, not like we need to have a dialogue. I think 2K needs to realize they don't need 150 players per draft class. Like maybe 100 max, but there's just too many players in the league that end up as free agents and then they all retire. It's kind of silly. Anyway, coach is retiring. Okay. To the Hall of Fame goes AD and Joel Embiid, having only played 760 games, but one-time MVP, just 17 All-Stars. I mean, that's a lot, I suppose, but 17 All-Stars between Anthony Davis and Joel Embiid seems fairly low. Oh well. If they let you work with the G League more, the number of free agents wouldn't be as bad. True. I still can't figure out how to actually send a player to the G League from my team. It won't let me. So, retirements: Embiid by the Sixers and Anthony Davis by the Pelicans. All right, sure, I guess. They probably don't have too many retirements, so. Yeah, one of them's Bill Russell. Pete Maravich really the only. Well, no, did he not play there either? Years with franchises, none. Does that mean he played with the New Orleans Hornets? I don't know what that means. They just decided to also retire his number. So this is really their first retired number in franchise history. Okay. 17 All-Stars and 3 eyebrows between the two of them. That's tough. League meetings, we do need to approve our expansion teams. Only 2 owners governors want the expansion to take place. Well, that's kind of just too bad. And then they also want to approve eliminate financial restrictions when trading. Salaries are no longer required to match. That would be kind of interesting. They also want to lower the number of players that make the All-Star team. No. That would be interesting. It would make it easier to trade, but I'm not going to do that. So we're rejecting everything else. And we are accepting league expansion. The Slimes and the Knights are now actual NBA teams. So with that comes realignment. If I need to change anything here, do I need to change anything here? The St. Louis Slimes are in the Southwest. I feel like that's not something that should be the case. Let's look at the map and also think about this rationally. Okay, here's our map from yesterday, or 2 days ago. Okay, the Sixers, Celtics, Knicks, Nets, Wizards, and Brooklyn Knights. That'll make sense. Now Toronto's a little more west than any of those teams, so I guess it makes sense to be in the Central. Milwaukee, Chicago, Cleveland, Indiana, Detroit, and Toronto. The Southeast, Hawks, Heat, Hornets, Magic, Pelicans. If St. Louis is going to be in the West, it kind of is right. I think it looks weird, but I think it's kind of right. Like they're more north of the other teams in the Southwest. Memphis, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, OKC, but they're kind of in the same clump of teams. And then we already had the Pelicans join the Southeast Eastern Conference. If we needed a team to move from west to east, it would probably be Memphis, but we don't need that to happen because now we have 17 teams in each conference. It's even. I guess the St. Louis Slimes are going to be in the Southwest. That's just how it's going to have to be. Where'd my chat go? I hereby request the rebirth of the Cincinnati Royals. I bet someone has made that already since they were a real team at one point. Could be. Cincinnati was actually kind of high on my list of potential options. It's going to come down to what I can actually have populate within the file share, what I can find. But that could be an option. I wouldn't hate another Midwest team, another Ohio team, especially in the Mullet Birthday Series. Draft lottery. We have a pick in the lottery. The final. Well, no, there's going to be more than 15 actually. The Rollers, the Sonics, the Lakers because of the Pacers. Oh, hello! I didn't even see 5. We have Chicago's pick at 5. Hello. All right, it suddenly got more interesting. Or we relocate the Kings back there? That would be interesting. I kind of, because you can expand up to 6 new teams, I kind of just didn't really think about moving teams. I guess I did move the Nets, but let's see how this goes. We could end up with Deboni here. We could also, of course, trade up, trade down, trade all around. Yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, I just simmed it. I didn't mean to. Oh no. The suspense. Well, we moved up a spot. My bad. The Lakers, the pick from the Pacers actually falls to pick 7, but the Lakers still get pick 1 from their own pick. They moved up. Raptors, Rollers will pick 4 via the Bulls, Knights, Slimes at 5 and 6. Where's our other pick? It ends up falling to 17 actually because of the expansion teams, yeah. Yeah, my bad. I just kind of simmed right through. Oopsie. Any other picks we have? 4, 17, 21, and our own at 31. We have 4 first rounders. At least it went up, yeah. Could have been the Pacers pick and fallen down 6 spots. Right? It was their pick that was projected number 1, I believe. So at least the Pacers, I mean, they're losing that pick either way, but regardless of where it fell, but at least it wasn't the one that was the first pick. All right. Staff signing. Daphne, what do you think? Is our staff good enough? Most everybody here is on a 1-year deal. Can't do anything about the governor, obviously, but this is probably going to be a final year for at least 4 of these people if things don't turn around. Could be Mike Brown's final year as head coach. He could retire, and we could also move on. It says we need an assistant coach. I don't know how to get to assistant coaches. I don't know what button I'm supposed to be pressing in order to see where assistant coaches are. Can I unassign a bonus staff? I don't know what that means. View candidates. Like if I, Jason Kidd, if I, you can't even click on anybody. I don't know. Michael Stauffer somehow has not become a head coach in this series, despite typically having a billion offers. I don't know. I don't know how to get an assistant coach, I guess. So we're going to sim through that, the combine and workouts. And once again, we're going to have to go through an expansion draft and possibly lose at least one player. And Josh Hart has retired, so I can't just choose Josh Hart. Let's go up and down the roster. Karl-Anthony Towns does not make sense to unprotect. Jalen Brunson does not make sense to unprotect. Mikal Bridges, if he was still making close to $50 million, maybe. But he's still at 84. He's going to regress a little. But he's still a good player overall, and he's much, much cheaper, so no. Bronny still has a year left. He's developed, yeah, but his scoring, his overall playmaking just hasn't really been there. I've considered maybe moving him up to a shooting guard, but I don't know if that makes sense either. He is an A-plus athlete. Either way, I don't think it justifies unprotecting him. Mitchell Robinson has a year left. He's such a valuable player in a niche way that we need. I still feel like we need his rebounding out there. So he's going to remain out there. And his post defense, also an A. And he even has B+ inside scoring. Like, he can obviously score, as he's been shooting over 61% every year in this series. Now, I say shooting. He doesn't exactly shoot the ball, but you know what I mean. Braden Burries wasn't spectacular in the playoffs either of these past 2 years, I know. But he's become our third leading scorer. Just not necessarily when it's mattered the most. But again, I don't think that justifies unprotecting him. Luigi Swigo, I'm just still not giving up on him, even though he's a weird player. He played pretty well in the playoffs, just not quite enough to maintain a spot in the rotation. Diawara probably is going to be considered for the option to be unprotected. I'm not going to lie. He's played okay when I've called upon him, and I haven't called upon him a ton. He's played 100 regular season games in this series. Only more than 15 games once. And he played pretty well when he was the backup 4 primarily. But he's going to have to be an option. Mate, because of his youth, because of his development, I don't think he's an option. I know he barely played this year. How did he get 49 games last year? Because we would have had Bronny still the backup point guard. He played 10 minutes a game, 49 games. Did Bronny or was Brunson? I don't think Brunson was hurt significantly. Did I bench Bronny last year at some point? He played all 82 games. I don't know. Yeah, I don't either. I don't know when he got that playing time. That leaves 2 other options other than Diawara. Obi Toppin, who, granted, he just doesn't do a ton. 6 points and 3 rebounds with an assist. It's not like Josh Hart where, he only scored 6 points, but he got 8 rebounds and 5 assists or something like that. He still shoots the ball okay. Now that went down this year. It was up to 39%, which is kind of an outlier season since his first year with the Pacers. He is a good free throw shooter. He's not quite the same athlete that he once was. And then finally is Bryce, who is still developing, granted 23 years old, but still on a team-friendly contract as well. It's going to be between Diawara and Obi Toppin. And I think because Obi is 7 years older, he's probably going to regress. Diawara is 7 years younger. He's still probably going to develop a little bit. 7'4" arm span as well. I think it makes more sense to keep Diawara. I think it's going to be Obi Toppin this time that is unprotected. He may not even get drafted to the expansion teams either, so there's a world where maybe he just stays. I think he's the least likely one to actually get drafted. Or how should I say that? He's the most likely one to not get drafted by an expansion team. But to be honest, I think we're losing the least at this point by giving up Obi. That is my rationalization for sending Obi Toppin to the expansion draft. Make sure nobody else is unselected. All right. And here we go with the expansion draft. The Slimes will have the first pick, and it's Caleb Gaskins. I can't check who he played for. Koa Pete, Young Hunson, Chris Sinak, still bouncing around. I don't know why the Lakers let go of him, and then they traded for him again, and now they're giving up on him again. Andrew Nimhard's in here. Christian Anderson, that's a good young point guard, as well as McCoy. Some decent players here. Justin Edwards, Bennett Sturts, Christian Brown, just can't really score with his tendencies. Have not seen Obi Toppin yet. Sabonis, John Carter. There is Obi Toppin. He will be a member of the Knights. Lionel James, fictional brother of Liquid. No, it's not. That's the wrong last name. Duh. And the final pick was Alan Dawson. Somehow I got his last name mixed up. So the best player in the expansion draft was Julian Strother at an 82. Sabonis going from a king to a knight. What a royal fumble. Nimhard on the Knights. And then Obi also on the Knights. The two players that we acquired once upon a time for OG Anunoby. We were not able to try to protect Anunoby or Jaime Jaquez because they're impending free agents, by the way. So looking at our two new teams, the Knights, decent overalls. I don't know how good of a team this would really be right now, but Brandon McCoy's got to be exciting for them. It was a first-round pick by the Magic. Under 30% from 3 last year, but just 22. Jaleel Bethea as well was the 20th pick. Now he's actually up for contract, so they could decline it, but that would not make sense. But that happens sometimes. Koa Pete, he was a lottery pick back in 2026, first draft. It's been okay. Hunson, wow, 28% from the field for his career, and he averaged 13 points. That's some crazy tendencies. And then for the Slimes, Christian Anderson, 29th overall pick back in 2026. He's been a starter, it seems, for the Thunder, or at least getting heavy minutes behind Shea, I suppose. Not much to speak of at the 2. Justin Edwards, he did go to Golden State the last 2 years, actually. I was going to say he's been with Philly, but Caleb Gaskins was the 13th pick a couple years ago from Memphis. Memphis has been really terrible, and yet they're letting one of their better young players go. Okay. And then Sinak, left for Phoenix, was reacquired by the Lakers, and they let him go again. They even extended him, I think, unless that was just his option, maybe. Well, anyway, the NBA is looking different in a lot of ways and the same in some ways. Cooper Flagg hasn't quite become a GOAT-esque level player yet. 26.5 points was a career high this year, though. And Wemby, at just 24 points a game, he's kind of plateaued with his scoring. Anthony Edwards, first year in Chicago, 23 points a game. Still shot the ball well, but Cade, he had his 2-peat, and scoring goes back down this year. Luka now has a 2-peat. Darren Peterson, his highest scoring year this year, not as well as 9 boards and 9 assists. Guy's kind of insane. What about We've checked in on Boozer a few times. DeBance's up to an 86, and he averaged 20 this year. For the Jazz, Boozer is up to a 91. His scoring was actually down slightly, probably because they got Şengün in here. Yeah, interesting stuff. My Pacers, Konkanepal still just... Can we give him young Henson's tendencies? Because apparently they got switched, unfortunately. But anyway, we're up to the draft now, right? Yeah, the NBA draft is next. Now it's decision time on a lot of different things. We have 4 picks. I don't think I'm going to be using all 4. We still need to have future capital, especially for next year. Very important year. But are we looking to trade any of these guys? I rationalized keeping all of them rather than letting them hit the expansion draft. Although we lost Obi Toppin in the expansion draft. Josh Hart has retired, and we have 3 free agents. No, we have 2 free agents. Mayhop will be back. He could be traded, I suppose, but he should have an option that should let us bring him back. Now, why it says he has a no trade clause, I don't know why that is either. But so realistically, right now we have 4 roster spots: Hart, Obi, Jaquez, and OG. Now these 2 could potentially be back. I don't want to give up on Swigo or Bryce James. I'm still not ready to give up on Diawara. And some of these guys are ready to re-sign, so we should check that out too. Bronny, it may be time to sell high on Bronny. Although if he develops a little more after free agency, he might be worth more to trade then. We'll see. Mitchell Robinson, don't want to trade. Burries, I guess, could be a trade candidate, although I don't know who we'd be trading for exactly. We could try to go out and just get the best possible player we can and make it work with our roster. Wemby either has an option or he's scheduled to be a free agent. Cooper Flagg got a huge extension. Now, he'd be fun to throw into a Knicks jersey. I doubt we can actually trade for him, and it would probably take all the picks to make it happen, but just to explore the option, as he is one of the highest rated players in the entire league at a 95. I think we've done a pretty good job throughout the series to not take on salary just willy-nilly. 50 million's a lot, obviously. But for a player of Cooper Flagg's talent, I think it would make sense to try to go for it if we can manage. Are there any players here I would want to trade? I would be willing to probably trade Burries. He does have 2 years left on his deal. He's a good 3-and-D player. He doesn't have great size. I mean, he is pretty much a prototypical 2. Burries and a bunch of picks for Flagg. That is what I was thinking of exploring. Now, I don't know if I really want to give up pick 4. I probably would, but I don't know if I want to start off with that. I kind of want to see if they make a counter offer, if we're even remotely close. What are they saying? They obviously value Cooper Flagg very highly, which makes sense. Now, pick 4 is valued at 3 stars. I could offer that straight up for Cooper. They say no. So if we add in Burries, they still say no. And again, I kind of want to be able to trade some of these picks out to set ourselves up for next year's draft. I would be willing to trade pick 4 for Cooper Flagg. He's still just 23 years old. We could have him for the next 10 years comfortably. Would I be willing to trade these 3 firsts in addition to pick 4? And will they even, like you said, will they even bite? Will they consider? Doesn't seem like... Now, these picks are not getting very valuable as down the board, so if we offer them future picks instead, maybe? They want the moon, reasonably so. They value pick 4 at a 3-star. They value Burries at a 3-star. They don't value these picks very high. So let's take these out and see if they like any of the future firsts that much. They do like the Bulls at a 2-star. That's still not enough. We already saw that one. Sixers, our own 1.5. I wouldn't mind trading our own because we should still be good. Lakers is also a 2-star. I don't know if we're getting. He could very well just be untradeable. And we're giving up all these assets that could potentially be used on certain players, or at least one player in next year's class. And they still aren't budging. Cat. Two years left on his deal. He's 34, and he's going to regress slightly. Likely in some ways. He averaged 18 and 11. 2 assists. 41% from 3. Cooper this year, 26 and a half, 8 boards, 5 assists. 41% from 3. 87 at the line. Cooper flags small forward, secondary position, point guard. Interesting. Well, we'll have to see where he would play between small forward and power forward, but those would be his 2 positions on our team. If it would let, oh boy, 4 stars for Cat. We do take on $8 million in salary, but so what? That's not of concern. Yeah, most of LeBron's 2K. Well, once they added secondary positions, most of the time he was a small forward / point guard. Is it time? We made the finals 2 out of 3 years. Obviously, we're going to be keeping Brunson. Cat was kind of our go-to guy for most of the playoffs. He averaged 18. They shoot the 3 the same. Their free throws are basically the same. Cooper seems to be a little more efficient. They both play. Now Cooper, two more minutes per game, and he scores 8 more points per game. He gives you basically the same blocks and more steals. Maybe a few more turnovers because he's going to handle the ball more. Are there any big men worth drafting at 4? So DeBoney is probably going to be pick 1. Other than him, Caden Gaskins, at least we know 2 games that he played in. He averaged 18.5 and 11.5 boards. We know he has a B- 3-point, A- inside defense, only a B- rebound. He's okay. He's kind of the only other big at the top. A lot of point guards. The next big is 6'8", 230. He looks more like a modern 4 as opposed to a Cat type of 4 or center. Now, DeBoney, I mean, he'd be cool to have, and he's going to be a good player, but C+ 3-point, really good defensively all around, but the interior defense at B- isn't spectacular, and only C rebounding. He kind of looks like a stretch 4, to be honest. B+ physical. He's more of a stretch 4, I would say, with those ratings. But he's also only got the C+ 3, so it doesn't appear that there's a big I would really take it for. Is there a player I would take it for? I mentioned Gaskins. He looks like a 4. don't know. If we trade Cat, we could also trade pick 4 down, or for future picks, or for a different player. Are we set on really trying to go for Cooper Flag? Is there a different player? Look at Salon's, actually. Well, his scoring's kind of fallen off. Is there another player that we might consider? I don't think it would make sense for the Hawks to trade. Well, they can't, anyway. I was going to say Peterson. Tariq Whitehead's up to an 85 with the Rollers. The Hornets, we've talked about them possibly selling off because of how bad they've been run, but I don't think we want to prioritize LaMelo Ball. Although, with his scoring and his distribution abilities with B perimeter defense, he could be a very valuable 2-guard. That wouldn't maybe be a terrible backup plan if we can't get Cooper Flag. Stick him next to Brunson. Yaki Eunice is probably a lesser version of LaMelo, or of LaMelo, if we can't get him either. So Flag, LaMelo, and who did I just say? Yaki Eunice. Jokic, the Nuggets continue to be bad. He's 35. If he was same age as Cat, maybe, but I don't think that's wise. The Rockets who have beat, or the Rockets, I said that once before. Say it right. The Raptors who have beat us twice before in the playoffs. Maybe Scotty Barnes. He's continuing to get better with his scoring and shooting. Don't know if that makes the most sense either. Could potentially look at Amen Thompson. Maybe he'd be a better, the scoring's just not really there. Or the assists, or the 3-point shooting. He would be a really poor man's LaMelo at that point. That's not looking that good. Did try to sign Reed Shepherd once upon a time. He's averaging 14 and 4. Only 6'2". Don't know if I'd want him at the 2. Wemby. I don't know about that either. I think Cooper Flag is the number 1 target. Definitely not Shea. Not for $75 million either. Geesh. Jalen Williams, his scoring just doesn't really seem to be there in this current version of 2K at least. Oh, BRB. All right. We back. How'd this trio do? I was kind of curious when they signed all 3 of them. They're doing pretty good. Koulibaly, a 3rd option. And Jalen Green. 21 a game. Where is he playing? Over Koulibaly? No. one of these guys missed significant games. 76, 58, all 82. Where's Jalen Green playing 28 minutes a game? Somewhere. Flex seems hard to get while maintaining picks, but that'd be nice. It would be nice. And we haven't tried to send a cat to Dallas just yet. We haven't made those offers yet, other than I think straight up. They could benefit in the same way that we've used Towns kind of as a 4 with Mitchell Robinson. They still have Derek Lively. Their starting power forward would be Noah Clowney. There's my guy from my test, Colton Hiller, as a rookie at 15. Could take over the point guard spot, so you wouldn't have to have Point Cooper. And he'll either play the 3 or the 4, depending on how the rest of the offseason goes. I hit the start draft button. Not what I wanted. I'm just really trigger happy today. I'm hitting the buttons. All right. Yeah, we're still trying to trade. Cooper Flag, Karl Towns. We offer this straight up. Do they make a counter offer? No. It's going to be so hard to get him. I really would like to not give up pick 4 if we're also giving up Cat. I just think I would like all these extra picks to trade out to next year, if possible. And of course, as I've done so far, and I'm going to continue to do, I'm not making, I'm not forcing trades when it's involving our team. So we have to make the decision, are we willing to give up pick 4? Because they value that at 3 stars, Towns at 4. Now again, Towns is still good, and he'll be good for several more years. But Cooper Flag's already better, and he's only 23. He's 11 years younger. Yeah, we could still have Towns and a player that we would draft at 4, or if we could trade for. Cooper Flag makes us, I think, better than with Towns, and we can build around him with different bigs as opposed to having different wings playing with Towns. I kind of like the idea. I've not wanted to trade Towns. I mean, I've been fine with him as our number 2 guy, but I do think it's time for us to do something different, and Dallas hasn't really been doing anything in this sim so far. I'm going to offer Towns and pick 4, just in case they're like, yeah, let's do it. I do want to see if I can get back a pick. Let's send this through. They're going to say no. Try it again. They're going to say no. Add in 31. They're going to say no. Add in 21. Still no. 17. Still no. If we could just get it to the point where they would send us a counter offer. Oh, they value Bridges as a 3. Oh boy. I will mention, since I just saw that on accident, when I traded Cat for Şengün in my tests, I included Bridges. I believe it was straight up Towns Bridges for Şengün. Now, Cooper Flag would be a better get than Şengün. Do we consider trading Bridges in this? He's on an extremely nice contract now, but 14 a game, still a good defender, can still do things well for us. Again, Cooper Flag averages 1.6 steals, so he's right on par with that, as well as 8 boards and 5 assists. Now, it would mean another player that we have to replace, but we do have picks. Robinson starts? Well, I don't know. Not to say Swigo would start, but we got a long free agency process to go. I don't know if he would or not. Bridges and give Bronny one more season to prove himself as he's improving? Possibly. If we're on board with trading Bridges, I'll offer him and Towns for Cooper. And if it still is going to take pick 4 potentially, again, I'll try to get back a pick, but they're not going to do it probably. No. Still no. He may just be untouchable and may not be possible to trade for. We'll add in 17 and try to get back 29. No. No. I wonder if they value Bronny at a 2.5. That's better than this pick, but now was it the Bulls pick? And then was it our pick or the Lakers pick? Take this pick out. Well, let's just start with this one. Towns, Bridges, and 2 firsts is still not enough. Then we add in the Lakers pick. Still not enough. We can add 17. Still not enough. Not a second rounder, that's what I meant. 2032 is still just a 1.5. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think he likely is not unprotected. What's the word? What's the word? I can't think. I said it like 5 seconds ago, but no, not unprotected. Still. Hello, English? I don't know. It doesn't appear to be happening for Cooper Flag. Now the other option, the second option that I mentioned was LaMelo. And while he doesn't have the all-around abilities of Cooper, he is averaging 23 points, 4.5 boards, 8 assists, a steal and a half, 48% from the floor, 40 from 3, 92 at the line. He's still a very valuable piece. He would play the 2. If we could potentially get him without giving up Cat, we could run it back, kind of, but with LaMelo added. Now, do we have to give up salary to match, or just picks? It would just be picks. And LaMelo is only a 4-star as opposed to Cooper being a 5. So LaMelo might actually be attainable. It's going to obviously take more than a draft pick. No, not Brunson. No. Again, if we can get to the point where they counter offer, we can get him. 17 and 31. I would rather keep the picks. Burries is a 2.5. Burries and 31. Burries and 21. Burries and 17. Burries and 17 and 31. Burries and 17 and 21. Burries and 17 and 21 and 31. Still no counter. Okay. Burries 17 and the Bulls first next year. We'll just offer that in Burries. How about that? No. Let's add in 17. No. The Lakers as well. Burries and 2 possibly valuable first-round picks. Still no. We add in 31. No. They don't even want to make a counter. 17. 31. 21. 21 and 31. Okay, so maybe LaMelo isn't even attainable. Unless we trade Cat. Maybe with Cat we could get him. Now LaMelo is a little older than Cooper. He's 28. But That's still 6 years younger than Towns. We could go another 6 seasons until he's as old as Towns is right now. And they value Towns at a 4. They've liked trying to acquire bigs in this series, and right now their best center is 78. They do have Rosser. So Towns would play the 5 for them. Which technically that's what he is. Now, could we actually get picks out of the Hornets by trading them Towns? What's maybe their most valuable future first? Probably this Toronto Raptors pick right here. Even though the Raptors have been pretty good. Who's this was their own first, right? Well, if they're trading LaMelo, they might be kind of bad. Of course, they're getting Cat, so maybe not. They'll still have Rosser, Ament, Brandon Miller, Topic. It feels like a shame to trade Cat for LaMelo Ball. Is kind of where I'm at right now. Could we get away with trading maybe Bridges? Because they value him at a 3. I feel like it's got to be somewhat close, right? I'm sure they want pick 4. I'm sure they would prefer that over most of the things I'm offering them. Untouchable. Oh, that was the Bird. Yeah, my bad. We'd be taking on $40 million in salary. Okay, I don't think we're getting LaMelo either. Now there was a third option. Was it Yaki Yunus? Was there someone else I was mentioning? Oh, I think I'd mentioned Damon Thompson. He just doesn't seem like that good of a player right now. Oh, and Scotty Barnes. Now Scotty's similar position, not exactly the similar player as Cat, but I don't know about trading for him. Jokic is 35. If we traded for Jokic, we could play Towns at the 4 if we can get Jokic and keep Towns. Jokic is a 4-star, similar to LaMelo. If it took Bridges, they only value him at a 2.5. Now, maybe because of Jokic's age, he could be attainable. Now he's up to a 4.5. Wasn't he a 4? He just went up. And do we really want to trade potentially very high future capital for 35-year-old Nikola Jokic? That's not the pick. Lakers. Bridges and 2 firsts wouldn't get 35-year-old Jokic. He still wants to be in Denver as well. So we look at Yaki Yunus as a serious option. He's an 85. He would play the 2. He's averaging 9 assists. Former NBA Cup MVP winner. Now, part of that is because the Lakers have been terrible. That's not just his defensive ability. He has a B perimeter defense. A playmaking would be really nice. An A plus 3-point would be really nice at the 2. Just look at this roster, man. It's so bad. Lindenborg never really developed, although he's gotten more of an opportunity with the Lakers. He's not on par with Cooper Flagg or even LaMelo Ball, but I think this is kind of the guy that we need if we're not trading Cat. Now, if I could only trade picks and get him, that'd be a huge boost. They value him at a 3.5. That's the lowest we've seen so far. it's still going to take multiple picks. So 17, the Bulls pick. No. The Bulls pick and the Lakers pick. No. Those two picks. And 31 gets us Yaki Unis. We have made a trade. And there he is. Wasn't the one I was expecting, but he's only 24 years old. He's had a breakout year with the Lakers. We're going to put him at the 2. He's got good size. We still have Burries. We didn't have to trade any players in that. Still have Brunson, Bronny, Mate, Burries, Mayhop, Bryce, Bridges, Diawara, Towns, Robinson, Swigo. We still have all of our players. So unfortunately, I can't look at transactions right now because I accidentally went into the draft. It ended up being 3 picks. It was 2 of our future picks and pick 31. The Bulls and the Lakers firsts next year and pick 31 this year. And he will be our starting 2 next year. So now we have still more decisions to make. I think we're keeping Cat now because we've now gotten a third option. I think it's smart to keep Towns, unless we could get Cooper Flag. But did we try offering Towns in 4 for Cooper? I think we did. I think we went all out. Is there? I could try the trade finder as well because you could trade find on opponent teams. No offers. It wouldn't make sense to trade for LaMelo now. No offers, which usually means untouchable. The other option was... Was there another option? Oh, I know. There he is, Jokic. No options. So, do we keep pick 4? Do we use pick 4? Do we trade up for DeBoney? Do we trade down? Greetings, Shadow. What's going on? You've joined at a pivotal moment in the future of the Knicks as we debate whether to trade pick 4 or what exactly to do. Now, I will tell you, with these 2 picks, I do want to trade them for future picks because we just traded 2 future picks to get Yaki Unis, and now we need more future picks. So we could maybe even package both. Sixers. I would prioritize 2031, and the Cavs would give us 2. One's a lottery protected. The Grizzlies would give us 1. The Hawks, but they're good. The Heat. Not yet. Still not yet. Getting closer. The Magic. I don't think the Magic have been particularly good, but again, it's lottery protected. And in 2K, that just means it conveys to the next year if we don't get it. So we actually still will get a pick. It's not like it just disappears forever. But I prefer to get 2031 if possible. Spurs have Wemby. Suns have won back-to-back. Now, the Thunder have not been particularly good in the playoffs, but they're still getting to the playoffs. Here we could trade down 1 spot. We trade pick 17 for a 2032 pick, and we also give up a second. That doesn't seem great. Blazers, Warriors. Maybe the Warriors pick trade here. Either the Warriors or right at the beginning was the Sixers, but that's not a 2031. I think we go with the Warriors. Skillet, can you do a league like this as an expansion team? Yeah, you can start as an expansion team. Or you can, do a couple years and then add expansion teams and then control them. Yeah. I think we are going to take this Warriors deal. We get a 2031 first and a little extra ammunition, if I could speak English. And we still have pick 4. The Lakers are going to end up with DeBoney, I would assume. We're not trading up for him. We are going to try and trade pick 4 now. Is there a team that has multiple 2031 firsts? Yes, the Cleveland Cavaliers have 2. I would like both of those picks and maybe something else. I don't want to take on too much salary. Now, is there a reason we need Rio? Not really. But, interesting idea. Man, he was a first-round pick, and then he got his option not... Well, he wouldn't have had an option. He get just flat-out cut. Maybe he was in a trade that I approved. I don't remember. Johnny Furphy hanging around in the league. It's good to see. So, okay, would you give me... How many firsts can we finesse here? Because this is a 3-star value pick. It's a top 5 pick. They won't trade us 4 picks for pick 4. Huh? Favorite thing to do in FIFA? Yeah. Yeah, you can set it up. You can even start in the previous offseason. That's an option. I don't really recommend that because it's even less realistic, but it's an option. I want to make a deal happen here because I really want future picks. Would it almost be better just to take a player here and then trade them next offseason, though, if we need to? We still have Cat. We could still trade him. Where are the... Oh, who am I looking for? The Cavs. I would really love these 2 first-round picks and something else, even if it's just 1 additional first. Ooh, big. They'll give us a 4th pick, and all they're asking for back is a 2nd? Are you kidding? Yeah. Why did they do that? They didn't want to trade pick 4 for 3 firsts, but they'll trade 4 firsts now for pick 4 and a 2nd. All they added was me giving up a 2nd and them giving up an additional first. Is that what that's what I just saw, right? They're still giving me the 2031 picks, their own 32 and their own 33. I'm giving them pick 4, and they added a 2nd rounder. Yes. Thank you. So now we have no picks again. We successfully traded our 4 first-round picks, and now we have 1 additional 2031 pick, more future draft capital past that, and we acquired Yakiunis. I think that's pretty good. I think we did a pretty good job there. Now let's actually get into the draft 20 minutes later. DeBoney does go number 1. Raptors get a point guard. Gaskins does go 3. So if we had stood pat at 4, the player I was going to take would have gone to the Rollers at 3. So I'm glad we traded. The Cavs traded up for Alex Paul. Okay. He looks like a solid pick. All right. The Celtics and Knights are trying to make a trade. Now, if I was the Knights coming into existence, but I really want to trade for, I suppose that's Jaden McDaniels and Igor Dimon. Trade pick 5 and Sabonis. Alex Paul from DePaul. I wonder if his middle initial is D. Alex DePaul from DePaul. I don't think I would do this if I was the Knights. You might get 2 starters, but for pick 5, that's an extremely valuable piece. I wouldn't do that. They're going to get Kuminga. And so there's going to be some Warriors fans that see that and say, oh, you should have just made the trade. The St. Louis Slimes are also trying to trade their first pick for the same players. They want to trade 2 firsts for these 2 guys. What is Brad Stevens doing to these expansion teams? Who's running those new teams? We're trading 2 firsts for those guys? Come on. They're going to select J.J. Crawford instead in the first pick of St. Louis Slimes history. The Lakers with the Pacers. Okay, what is happening? Now the Lakers want these 2 guys. This may actually be worth it to the Lakers. It may actually be. Now, they don't have a ton of picks to work with is the problem. Demon's still a decently young player. Brad Stevens is just trying to work a masterclass here. I think I'm going to let this one go through because they at least get like 2 starters, even though they're giving up pick 7 and a far out future first. I think that's actually a decent trade, even if Jaden McDaniels regresses a little bit. That's more realistic, I suppose. So with one of their firsts that they got for Luka, they're going to flip for Jaden McDaniels and Igor Dimon. Brad has 12 phones in his hand. He's on the phone with all 35 other teams. Is it that many? 33 other teams. I jumped the gun. We got to add 2 more teams before that. King Baycott. He might have been a player I would have considered, although we kind of have a logjam at point guard now. And at shooting guard now. So maybe not. Yeah, I think we did the right thing trading pick 4. I just wonder if we're going to be in position to draft a certain player from a certain school that will be in this upcoming draft class. Now, unless we get lucky and end up with pick 1, we're not getting a generational talent. A Wilt Chamberlain, Michael Jordan, LeBron James-esque talent, Victor Wembanyama, all rolled into one. Now, this is also a terrible trade. Don't do that. But there is another player that I think we could be in position to take. We might have to get up to pick 2, though. That's why I've been wanting the future draft capital. We're still trading for DeAndre Ayton in the 2030s. Come on. No. Please. Come on. What are we doing, man? Come on. Tari Eason for 2 picks. The Celtics are just, they're wheeling and dealing, man. Sure, you know what? Okay. Sure. Just trading out for a future pick, sure. Celtics are preseason tanking for Waterfall Batman. Did you get that from the gifts, by the way? Or just today when I posted Justice? .511, 175. Oof. We're in the second round. Whoa! Pacers get a 7'5 center. Greg B. Gibson. I'm not sure what's with all the middle initials, but it's kind of cool, I guess. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's who I'd been alluding to since the first stream. I made 3 prospects. I wanted to make more. It ended up only being 3. But we're going to see them shortly. One of them has a certain European flair to the name. And one of them, Mullet. Mullet. Now I'm doing the thing. I'm switching out names. Shadow helped me come up with the name. There was another 7'5 guy that went by the way. That's interesting. I guess I should check. I mean, we're here at pick 50. Is there a decent second round player here available? It's hard to tell because it just shows everyone that's available, or everyone that was in the draft. Draft board? Draft summary. So this way, you can see everyone's overall, for one. But two, you can see all the players that have been taken. There's no way to see just a list of who's available, though. I don't love that. I'm gonna just assume that we don't need to draft anybody still and just say nah. Flanders? I see that right? Lebronio Chemicio from Clevelandio via Acronym. We're almost through this draft. I don't know why I'm going so slow. Hugh Moody, Mr. Relevant. So DeBoney goes number 1. He's a 79. The point guard to Toronto's a 78. Just what Toronto needed. Alex Paul stinks. They traded. It ended up being 4 firsts for Alex Paul and a second rounder. 3-and-D point with no badges. 6'2", 201. He's 21. This is why you need to have a good scouting department, guys. I mean, there's a 71 point guard that went at 30. That was not worth the trade up, obviously, for them. Worked out for us. There was no way I was taking Alex Paul, by the way. I wasn't going to take a point guard unless it was King Baycott. Why did they not just take King Baycott? Or just take, one of the players that are actually good in the class, including Baycott, if they really wanted a point guard, or even this guy is better. I don't know. Yeah, Greg D. Gibson was a 7'5" center, and then down the board here, the Sonics get Radu Pavin, a 7'5" center. Interesting. I mean, there's a 70 point guard that got drafted at 66. They drafted a guy that's a year older that's only 1 overall higher. That's shorter. Like that matters that much. Anyway, rookie signing, none for us for the second consecutive year. We do have an option on Mate. We'll pick that up, obviously. And then Victor Wembanyama declined his player option. Could we have gone after Wemby rather than trading Yakiunis? Maybe. Might we still? Maybe. Qualifying offers, Mayhop will get one. And now Victor Wembanyama is free to go anywhere he pleases. And he may entertain the Detroit Pistons. The Slimes are using all their money they can to go after him. The High Rollers are trying to make a move. Of course, the Spurs are still there, but it's actually the Clippers, of course, are tied, but right now number 1 for Victor Wembanyama's services. The top picks in our original class, Peterson, Boozer, DeBanza, they're all up here, but they're restricted, of course, so hope he ends up in Vegas. Future high roller Victor Wembanyama, that'd be interesting. That'd be the first humongous move from any of our expansion teams. Now, if you look at our squad, we have virtually no money right now. We do have $30 million in cap holds. I should have checked that prior to now. It's OG, Hawkes, and Mayhop. So Mayhop we gave a restricted offer to. I'm going to let OG out of this. If we want him back, we could get him back. Who will the first playoff expansion team be? That's a good question. It'll probably be the Rollers if they get Wemby. Right now they don't really have a team, but that's why they have so much money to go after him. They just drafted Gaskins, 3rd overall. Mark Sears is decent. Former Bama tournament legend. There's the Knights just entering. Don't seem to have a great roster. There's the Supersonics. led by Jared McCain, who's been pretty good. Dropped off a little bit this past year in scoring, but his shooting's way up. Is that mainly because of A.J. Williams? Yeah, averaged 24 as a rookie, 7 and 5. And Caden Boozer. And then there's the Slimes. Chris Sinak, Christian Anderson. I'm going to shoot my shot here and say that the St. Louis Slimes are going to be the first playoff team. Now, that could change, and I could be very, very wrong if the High Rollers end up getting Wemby, but I'm going to say Slimes. I look at the Lakers roster. They basically had no one outside of Daboni. I mean, really, like no one. So giving up those 2 firsts, they do get Dimon, who could start. They get McDaniels, who could start. It's kind of a lot to give up for 2 guys that are an 81 and an 82. But Dimon's still just 24. He averaged 21 in that second year with the Nets before Giannis got there. And his scoring kind of dipped down, but back up a little bit this year in Boston. Jaylen Brown's still there, so interesting player. Mavs, I couldn't get him to budge on Cooper. Hornets, couldn't get him to budge on LaMelo. We finally get to make Yakiunis a 2-guard. I think because of that, Breeze will make his secondary position the 3. We're going to move Bryce James back up as well to the 3. Could Bryce James potentially start for us after not being in the rotation? And then Yakiunis will move up. Still have Bronny and Mate. So a look at the roster at the moment. Towns, Robinson, Swigo still hasn't changed. DOR is the only power forward on the roster because Obi was in the expansion draft and Josh Hart retired. Small forward is Bridges and James. OG is a free agent. At the 2, there's Yakiunis, Burries, and we should get Mayhop back. And that means... Who was our 3rd shooting guard last year? It was Bryce. He's moved now to the 3. And then point guards, all 3 will return: Brunson, Bronny, and Mate. So another small forward option would be nice. But right now we basically don't have a starting caliber power forward. Unless we put Towns at the 4. Diora. He might end up being our backup for this year finally, but I don't know if I want to start him. At the current moment, he would probably have to. And again, we have very little cap space, but we do have enough to sign, a decent option. So let's see what we can maybe get here. Any free agents at power forward? I was talking about trading Cat to Dallas, but Lively actually is a free agent. They could maybe even use him more now. But we can't take on... Well, if we traded Cat for Cooper would play the 4. We don't have pick 4 to bargain with. I don't think we do that. I don't think we can. Cameron Boozer is, but he's restricted, and we don't have the money. Our options start at Kareem Lopez, probably. I see our old friend Jaime. Now, is he going to be injured? He's not injured, apparently. He is already recovered, so he wouldn't be missing extended amount of time. He could very well come back. Was playing well. Not a huge scoring threat, but wouldn't need to be. Caleb Gaskins, another Gaskins. Probably the brother of the guy that just got drafted 3rd overall. Isaiah Stewart is a 6'8 center. Shout out Chuck Hayes was 6'6 at center. Where is Isaiah? Oh, there he is. Yeah. Draymond's basically a center. Jonathan Magobo is already 28. Kamara's already 30. Sheesh. Oh, I saw his face go by. Jordan Walsh. Has he been playing at all? Not really. Not really that much. Tabansa restricted. OG actually has 2 offers. Timberwolves and Mavs. Taj Ariza. Ariza is a free agent. Unrestricted. Why? I don't know. The Cavs traded their future for a bad point guard and then are just letting decent young players walk. It was pick 9 3 years ago. Now, D plus 3-point could be part of why that is. Could be part of it. Dariq Whitehood was the Rollers' best player. He's available. Highest rated, at least. RJ Barrett averaged 19 a game and has experience beating us in the playoffs. $9 million. He could be an option to join the squad. Now, that doesn't solve our need for a big. Kyrie Irving at 38 actually has offers. Heat and Magic. Interesting. I think if we bring back Jaquez at that price, we could maybe afford to add RJ Barrett. Now, we don't need to because we're going to get Mayhop back as well. We could trade Burries. Burries is very quickly finding himself on the edge of getting traded despite scoring 18 points a game last year. I don't think that's really fair to the guy. We don't really need to bring RJ Barrett back, I guess. Or, now wait a minute. What about the 3? He could play the 3. Burries could stay at the 2. He's 30. If we could sign maybe a 2-year deal. If we could sign RJ to something like this and still have enough to sign Jaquez also, who does have an offer, and it is a serious one. The Sixers have given him a 3-year deal for a little over 23. We can go up to 5 years. I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe also 3 years. That's maybe... Is that more money? That might be a little less. This should be more. If we can sign both these guys to these deals, that'd be a very successful free agent period for us. RJ to be depth at the 3, and then Jaquez probably to be our starting power forward again. We can sign both. Victor Wembanyama has chosen the Clippers, at least for now. It's not official. We're trying to get 2 of the 3 players up here, and OG is going to go to Minnesota potentially. Everybody wants Boozer. Jalen Duren's unrestricted. Pistons are in the lead for him. Let me just think here. Mayhop is going to come back. And Jaquez was the only other player we had a cap hold on. We're good at center. Jaquez will be one of 2 power forwards. We still need another power forward. RJ Barrett will be depth at the 3, maybe even the starter. Probably the starter. Mayhop will be back. And we're good at point guard. So I need to sign another power forward as well. If I can afford one. There's always been something about John Collins. Is he the best option? Probably not. So, probably not. It's going to have to be somebody cheap. I mentioned Jordan Walsh. I mentioned Jonathan Magobo. Somebody that can shoot threes and somebody that can play defense would be nice. And Jordan Walsh can do those things. And he is cheap. Jordan Walsh for a year on the minimum, if we can afford it. we have signed those players. And Victor Wembanyama has left San Antonio to go to the Los Angeles Clippers. Peterson signs a big extension. Boozer signs a big extension. Is he really numbered 44? Jalen Duren stays with the Pistons on a huge extension. Well, not as big as these two guys. Caleb Wilson with the Kings stays. Jaren Jackson now to the Celtics after 2 years with the Sonics. Interesting. Tabansa gets an extension. Derek Whitehead to the Hawks to be Peterson's backup, maybe? Or maybe he'll play the 3. Arena stays. Ament stays. We get RJ. Kyrie for the Heat. Okay. OG to the Timberwolves. Yeah. Porzingis hanging around. Replacing Embiid. Could there be any different players? I guess you could say if Embiid and Steph Curry. Those are 2 more different players than Embiid and Porzingis. For the position, though. Kyrie took his talents to Unk Beach. Diawara, we're going to make him able to play the center spot instead. Like I said, we'll move RJ up. Bridges, I think we'll be able to play the 4 now. Because I don't want RJ or Bryce playing the 4, really. Or do I? Who's better defending the post between Bridges and Bryce? They're actually about the same. Let's switch that to Bryce. We're going to get Mayhop back. I could offer now on Mayhop. Was RJ Barrett 9 with the Knicks? Can give Mayhop a 5-year deal that's not too expensive. I still have high hopes for him. I think he could be a starter down the line, but we'll see. He was 9, okay. Oh, he's instead decided to take an offer from the Blazers. We will just match that. So he wanted, I guess, the flexibility to be a free agent again earlier. Makes sense, but we'll match it. Hopefully he actually was matched. He was, okay. All right, so we've got our 15-man roster. I think it's about as good as we've had. Now, of course, there's going to be some regression, but anything else crazy in free agency? I don't think so. Was Kareem Lopez? Yeah, Kareem Lopez is leaving the Clippers to go to the Bucks since they signed Wemby. That's an occasion where you got to manipulate salary cap. You sign Wemby, you have a deal in place to give Kareem Lopez, and you bring him back as well. Oh well. JJ Nick Carthy. Because number 9. I get that. I get that. Oh, I see Johnny Furphy. I do like me some Johnny Furphy. Now, we don't have a roster spot for him, but I do like him. Player progression. Okay, Towns is staying the same overall, but his athleticism goes down slightly. Sui goes up to an 83. C plus inside scoring still isn't very good, but it's getting better. A plus post defense is now the best on the team. And AIQ. Yep, not my bad. No, it was alright. It was alright. And Mitchell Robinson goes down 1. His inside scoring, post defense, and IQ go down slightly. I don't think Mitchell Robinson's in Josh Hart territory just yet, where it's like he's not playable. But I do think there's a case Swigo might just be our second best center now, even if he's not shooting threes. Future starter, he may end up being. If we keep an eye on that Cooper Flag potential trade, as long as Cat keeps his value, we may not end up getting Cooper Flag in the end, but that sure would be nice, wouldn't it? Jaime Jaquez is going to go down 3. So that's a bummer because of the injury, primarily. His athleticism goes from a B plus to a B minus. His mid-range scoring goes up. His inside goes down. That's a big hit, unfortunately. Jordan Walsh, no change. Diawara, his inside scoring goes down slightly. Maybe there's a world Diawara starts, because Jaquez, that is a big hit. I look at Diawara, though, compared to the other two here. He is a better shooter and scorer. He's the worst defender. He's got the worst playmaking. He's got the worst rebounding. And he's got the lowest IQ, which is kind of a harsh rating for 2K to have, but that is the reality. This man right here has an A minus IQ compared to Diawara's only C. So we'll see. Small forward, Bridges, RJ Barrett comes back. Oh, yeah, the stats, first of all. Bridges' 3-point rating goes down. His post defense goes down. So I'm glad we put Bryce up to power forward. That makes more sense. He maintains an A-plus perimeter defense. He's still a good player. And like I said multiple times, he's much, 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 much cheaper now. Barrett, 3-point rating goes down slightly. Perimeter defense down slightly. I know we spent a good chunk of change to get him, but it might be that Bryce James actually is the backup 2. Or sorry, the backup 3. His IQ goes up. Don't know if I want to keep him out of the rotation still. We'll see. Only 20% from 3 last year. Now that was only in 9 games played and on 5 attempts. So very, 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 very low sample size. The 2 guards, Siaki Yunus, he goes up 2. That's nice. His inside scoring went down slightly, but mid-range up. Playmaking's up to an A+. And then Mayhop's up 3. Inside scoring up slightly. Post defense up slightly. That doesn't mean too much to me. Athleticism's up. IQ's up. Burry's, despite being our 3rd leading scorer last year, kind of looks like the 3rd best option at the shooting guard position now. We just extended Mayhop. He is up. He is going up. He gets better inside scoring, mid-range scoring, post defense, which again, don't care. If Braden Burries is getting matched up in the post, we're gonna give up a basket. So now Mayhop actually having B post defense at 6'4", 188 is kind of crazy. That's kind of elite for a shooting guard. Point guards, Brunson is down 2. Although his shooting stays the same, perimeter defense is down, rebounding's terrible, and his athleticism continues to get worse. His IQ's down. He's still going to be our starter, but he's also entering a contract year. He's entering. What am I trying to say? After this season, he'll have 1 more year left on his deal. Could he be traded next year? I think is a possibility. Bronny with 1 year left, he's up 2. Shooting goes up. IQ's up. And then Mate is up 4. He's an 82 at just 21 years old. He still may be our 3rd string point guard. We're a deep roster. We just don't quite have, obviously, a 90-plus rated player. And that's what Cooper Flag would have given us. Send him back to Dallas for a flag. Brunson? Oh, yeah, back to Dallas. As a team, it would make more sense for them to still want Cat. They traded for Eason. They picked up Taj Ariza as well. Are the Mavs preparing to trade Cooper Flagg to us by their moves that they made? If we were to trade Cat for Cooper at this point, we would probably have to throw in maybe Jordan Walsh just to free up the spot. Because none of these power forwards can really play center. I know Diawara, I have him with the ability to play center, but he's not really a center. I mean, we can maybe tinker around and see if something materializes. If I was willing to do it then, I should still be willing to do it now, right? So they do value Towns at a 4-star. Again, I don't really want to give up all our future capital because I do got to make sure there's a certain player I get. Honestly, that could end up being what we use Towns and Bridges for. So I don't think it can happen right now. If we have to give it up to pick 2. And I will say, if we end up with pick 1, I am going to probably trade for pick 2 and try to get some extra value. But we'll worry about that if we magically get pick 1. So that's player progression. We'll sim through Summer League. I feel like I've been streaming a long time today for only doing, so far, the finals, and we're into this offseason still. There's a lot to talk about, though. I don't know. This may be just like one full season stream. I don't know. All right. We're getting another All-Star game. Brace yourselves. The 3 additions to the league, they are coming. Shadows, mine, and Mullets. They're all coming. Did they play? Oh, they played. Here he is. Pride Muletic Mikhanzjevich. Don't know where he's from, but I know he went to Cincinnati. Cooper Flagg can get a tour of the garden while he's here. He is arriving. He's very comfortable shooting the 3. Should be able to hit jumpers from 15 feet. Capable low post defender, but not spectacular. Doesn't have any good low post moves. Doesn't play above the rim. And often out of position to pull down boards. Okay. Combo forward. Now it shows 32 games worth of stats. Are these your high school stats? What are these? I don't know what these stats are, but okay. Is it actually going to show stats for this draft class? That'd be cool. And you can get a look at his ratings here a little bit too. B+ 3-point, C+ perimeter defense, C athleticism, but a high starting IQ at a B+, and a B- overall. Don't know, of course, exactly any ratings yet, as we haven't scouted you. Oh, you were outplayed by Bradford Jenkins in the big matchup between Central Florida and Cincinnati. The meme height. You'll notice it's not just the height that's the meme. It's also your jersey number. Which does make me think of Taj Gibson, but it also makes me think of the meme. Here you had 22 points in a game, all right. You put on a show future NBA star, according to Damon Bruce. The number could change, but I thought that would be funny. Don't know your badges yet. I think I gave you some badges. I think I gave you quite a few, actually. The Sporting News Big Board actually has you at number 1, along with 2K. And a few other things have you at number 1. Where's Shadows Guy? Is Shadows Guy even in here? Oh, here he is. This is Shadows Guy. He helped make. Also 6'7", more of a power forward though. Bulldog Pepsi is in the class. Specifically requested for. It can be 14. They can change to 14 once we get there. Should have the Cerulean City badge. Had to visit Misty, of course. Yeah, so he was giving me names for potential GM candidates, and he gave me Bulldog, which I looked up as a spicy chicken sauce of some sort. And then he wanted to drink a Pepsi, so Bulldog Pepsi. And look at number 1 on the big board here for Sporting News. Although they're projecting him to go 8th. That's a big disparity. So they're betting on his upside, but they're not confident he's actually going to get drafted that high. Bulldog Noodles at home. There you go. He has a Tim Duncan Hall of Fame comparison for his ceiling. Nice shooting form, hits mid-range shots, tremendous leaping ability, good on-ball defender, does not score well with his back to the basket, slow to grasp new offenses, often appears unaware. Oof. Now, I don't remember seeing a ceiling and a floor for you. We don't know yet. We don't know. Now, the true terror of the true terror of this franchise going forward will be this man. Liquid Justice has entered the chat. We don't have a ceiling or a floor. Well, his ceiling is Michael Jordan, the greatest of all time. Deadly accurate jump shooter, wide open, looks for threes or money, has eyes on the back of his head, I guess, and gets stops regularly. Incredible lower body strength, can carve out space against anyone, and oh yeah, no weaknesses. That's the Geico caveman. I will say the long hair, the red hair combo used to look better in older 2Ks, but I haven't wanted to change it up. The man's 7'7", 350 from Lehigh. If he wants long red hair and a beard, he can have long red hair. That's fine. He apparently is averaging 48 and 24. Again, I don't know if these stats are supposed to be like their high school stats. I suppose. 6 assists, 2 steals, 7.5 blocks. Easily 50-40-90, almost 50-50-90 from the floor. Somehow his mid-range shooting's only an A. Everything else is A+. I'm pretty sure he's a 99 everything. I don't know how mid-range is only an A, but okay. And we are going to have to deal with him in this series because I don't plan on drafting him. He is to be the menace. Yeah, I'd say he's a draft riser if he's scoring 49 with 25 rebounds. NBA scouts at the Lehigh game must have been drooling. Him and Wemby on the same roster. Clippers end up with pick 1 despite signing Wemby. That would be insane. We could also potentially negotiate who actually gets him. If the team that ends up with the number 1 pick really just really sucks, maybe it could make sense for them to price gouge another team and get, several really good players rather than just, we'll give you 6 picks. Maybe they could actually get 2, 3, 4 really good players plus 2 picks. Something to think about. This is going to be the GOAT right here, though, unless he gets many injuries. So would a team trade everything for him? Yeah, probably. And he's first for everything. So even though some of these things said other players were first, he's actually first. And we can look at the rest of the draft class at another time. But interestingly enough, all 3 of our new players qualify for the world team. Do I have lore as to what country Liquid Justice comes from? and the Justice family. I don't think I do. I don't know for sure. Don't know exactly where your character's coming from either. And don't really know where Pepsi's coming from. Although he went to Iona. So, and by the way, Justice is 18, Miletich is 19, and Pepsi is 20. There's also a guy putting up 31, Alan Henderson Jr. It's only 19. Looks decent. Lob City, the sequel, Block City, Sentinel Island. Sounds good. He basically is an actual giant. So, all right, let's get into next season. I think I'll just do. It'll be a little shorter of a stream today, but we'll get through this season and playoffs, and then the off season, and then I'll stop there. I think. Maybe we even potentially sim watch some of your first game, but we'll do that in the next stream potentially. The CPU gameplay isn't the most exciting to watch. A lot of the time, somebody will hold the ball and then shoot, and that's the offense for both teams. So, but it's a possibility. Where they haven't made contact with the outside world ever. They're still tribal and no technology. Maybe that is where he's from. He's the only known person to ever make it to the States, and somehow he averaged 50 points out of high school. We've got some players eligible for extensions, but most of them still have 2 years or more on their deals. Now, Bronny is here. He's not too expensive, but the thing is, we do have Mate. Now, if we end up trading Brunson next year, that could change things, though. The lore is that the island has been genetically... Here we are talking about islands. That's dangerous. The lore is that the island has been genetically modifying the human DNA to create the prime specimen for a sport they've never been exposed to. And here he is. Now we know it's true. Mitchell Robinson is willing to take the minimum for 4 years. I think we'll just sign him year to year probably at this point. Towns would re-sign at this point. I don't think I want to do that, though. Diawara would re-sign at this point for the minimum? Oh, we could do that. Okay. John's like, that man deserves $50 million a year. Okay, he never said something like that. I'm being a little harsh on our friend John. The Berg post. I haven't been keeping up as much with Berg type stuff here lately, but at some point can get back to it. Do we want to extend Bronny? Because even if we do keep Brunson around for more years and we'll have Mate, Bronny could still work his way into the rotation. He's an 83. He's a good player. We have escalated the John meme quite a bit. He's like, yeah, I kind of like Diawara and Miles McBride. And I'm like, oh, so you think Diawara's LeBron James, do you? Extend him now while he's affordable. Yeah, because he's going to still progress a little more. And if, it ends up being where he's the third point guard, he could be traded. I try to think about pretty much everybody in this entire rebuild in every single possibility that we can consider. But we'll extend Bronny for now. I think everyone else, because they have 2 years still, Swigo, Bryce, Burries, Brunson plus an option, and Towns, we can worry about next year if they're still here, or the offseason. So for now, just Diawara for a minimum, Mitch Robinson for a minimum, and Bronny for a 4-year extension. The Slime signed center Nikola Jovic. He's a center. I mean, he's 6'10", 240. He's just not played the last 3 years with Miami. Decent player. Again, this is another reason why I like adding expansion teams rather quickly, because the talent to fill expansion teams is there. Like it's very well possible to do at this point in the NBA, where you have 80 overall guys not even on teams still. So we could add 2 more teams here for next stream, however, 2 years from now. But Brandon Boston is the number 1 free agent. He has not even played an NBA game in this series. Juke Harris, I remember seeing him and thinking about possibly drafting him, but he's up to an 80. But he's toiling away in the G League. Same with basically all these players. We could sign 2-way guys, but again, they're just not going to play for us. So all these top free agents are all already in the G League. Like there's not a single player that's not. How far do we have to scroll until we get to a guy that's not signed by someone for the G League? Aaron Nesmith? Oh, man. 74 playing the G League. That's tough. PJ Washington, Derek Jones, Grant Williams, Jaden Hardy, Jay Huff, Lauri Markkanen. Now, I guess writing them hard makes sense. Shulga. Kwame Evans Jr. was a first-round pick. He just really hasn't gotten an opportunity, and it's going to be hard to at this point. Diabate? No. That's not who I thought that was. I thought that was the Hornets center. JT Thor. He's only 28 still. I like the G League logos, by the way. Salt Lake City Stars. That looks nice. Ty Jerome. Still, all of these guys. Okay, here finally. George Garrett. George Garrett and Freddie Wise could be 2-way guys, but do the expansion teams have a G League affiliate created alongside them? That's a good question. I don't think so. If we look at stats and then G League stats, or G League player stats. Now, you'd have to go through this knowing who belongs to who. Sixers, Bucks, Bulls, Cavs, Celtics, Clippers, Grizzlies, Hawks, Heat, Hornets, Jazz, Kings, Knicks, Lakers. I guess it's not too hard. Magic, Mavs, Nets, Pacers. Unfortunately, like why? What was so bad about the Mad Ants? Like that was a nice name. Now we're the Boom, which I get. Boom baby. R.I.P. Slick Leonard, but like the Boom as opposed to the Mad Ants. I don't know. We got Jermaine O'Neal's son, hypothetically. Oh, I stopped looking. Let's see. Who is this? Pelicans, Nuggets, Pistons, Raptors, Rockets, Spurs, Killian Hayes, Thunder, Timberwolves, Warriors, Wizards. Oh, wait a minute. Suns. Oh, well, the Suns and Trailblazers. They're just out of order, I guess. Rizzler team. The Rizzlers. That could be an expansion team. I don't know. If the Slimes can be one, so can the Rizzlers. Here is the draft class in this way. 8'4" wingspan, 18 years old. It'll be a bit of a problem, I think. Pride Miletic, Mikanzjevic, and Pepsi He's listed as the 5th best player. He was not the 3rd in the draft class. This class is actually kind of loaded at the small forward position after you. So there's actually some valuable pieces after that. But I think Pepsi, he's either tied for the 1st best power forward or he's 2nd best, something like that. Gonna have NIL money. Oh, he's 100% had a Pepsi scholarship for like 5 years already. 100%. But yeah, you're on your way. You're getting there. And I will make sure you're a Knick, however we have to do it. But Justice and Pepsi, we'll see. So we are now ready for the whatever this year is. This is year 6. And this is the 2030-2031 season, I believe. Does it say a day somewhere? Somewhere I'm sure it says the date. I'm just not seeing. We still have Brunson on our untouchables list. I'm actually going to take that off. I don't think anyone at this point is untouchable. And we are going to add Cooper Flagg to our target list, who, by the way, is the new highest rated player in the league. I noticed that earlier. He is a 96. Wemby's a 95. Ant, Cade, Dylan Harper, and Luka are 94s. That's pretty good. Now, where's Giannis? Am I dumb? Oh, he's an 89. He is an 89. Which is still, as good as our 2 best players, but actually Brunson went down, so it's the same overall as Cat. Best players in the league by position: Wemby, Jokic, Cameron Williams was the number 1 overall pick. Towns is still the 4th best center in the entire league, and he has A- rebounding. So, he still puts up 11 boards, and that's with Mitchell Robinson starting with him in a lot of games. Şengün, Duran, Malawatch is up to an 87. Donovan Clingan, he was making defensive teams early in his career. The scoring just hasn't really come along with that. And Alex Sarr, same with him, 10 points or less in the last 4 years. Power forwards: CJ Rosser, who the Hornets ended up getting after letting Giannis go to free agency. Jason Tatum, Cam Boozer, Chet still up here. Evan Mobley, Paolo, Scotty, Giannis, Jalen Johnson. Small forwards: Cooper Flagg, Riza Shea is up to a 91. Wow. His scoring's still going up. That's impressive, playing alongside Peterson. Marcus Spears, Franz Wagner, Colin Kneppel, despite only averaging 12 points. Debanza, Tyron Stokes, Christian Collins, Denny Advija, still an 87. Now, Christian Collins, he was an 8th overall pick a few years ago. He kind of had a breakout season. Player to watch, I suppose. Not a whole lot of players that have come into the series since we started, but there's some, obviously. Shooting guards: Ant, Dylan Harper, Peterson, Edgecombe, Booker, Brown. Ace Bailey's a 90. Had a better season last year, but his first with Denver. Stefan Joksimovic was a 6th overall pick a few years ago by Washington, so from Slovenia. And Bruce Branch. And the top point guards: Cade, Luka, Shea, Tyrese, Scoot, LaMelo, Maxey, De'Aaron Fox still, and John Morant. Along with Acuff, Traore. Yeah, I was looking for the Grizzlies guys because they took 2 point guards in the first draft. They still have Mikael Brown here. Was it worth trading Ja? They've ended up with a pretty good roster. G.G. Jackson's developed up to an 85. Zach Edey's not a huge offensive threat either. Same as I would say even worse than Klingon. Here's Diabate. This is who I was thinking of. He's been averaging 9 and 9 in 24.5 minutes. Mitchell Robinson, if he would shoot the ball more than like once a game on average. Wemby will team up with Solon, who was traded for Giannis way back in season 2. How are the Pacers looking? They obviously made 2 huge moves in the last 2 years. They still don't have a center. That's a problem. Now, Greg was the first pick of the second round, and he's 7'5", so maybe he can develop for him. Cody Williams will be their 4 still. They got Patrick Williams. At least he's on the minimum. Kneppel and Jarris. Bryson Howard's a young piece. I don't know about a piece. He's a young player. Aiden Diggs was a first-rounder, averaged 12. And, yeah, they have Quickly. So Quickly's off the Raptors. He has been. Didn't notice. He played for the Nets last year. So that makes me think about the Raptors. The Raptors beat us in the playoffs twice. Colin Murray Boyles is the center at 6'7", 230. Not maybe ideal there, but... And, of course, we stole R.J. Barrett. They're going to go with Cam Spencer at the 2. He averaged 7 last year for the Lakers. And they just drafted Josiah Brooks, 2nd overall, so... Interesting. Who else has been a player in this series? Obviously, the Pistons won the 2-peat to begin. Isaiah Hartenstein. Was he a former... Did he play there before? No. I was thinking he did early. Still have Ron Holland. He's a very good defensive player. Maybe because of Ron Holland, maybe that's why they felt comfortable bringing in Durant when they did and letting Ausar Thompson walk. I still would have just kept Ausar Thompson, but now they got Gui Santos, who averaged 6 last year in Orlando, at the 3. Desmond Bane at the 2. At least they still have Dern and Holland with Cade, because the rest of the team not looking so hot. Let's reset the expansion rosters. See how they're doing. The Rollers, 84. It's going to be their highest player. The Knights, a couple guys in the 80s, including Nimhard, and a new point guard, Hani. Don't think he was in the expansion draft, but he's going to get a nice opportunity. Pritchard will probably fall back into the 6-man role. Christian Brown's there. Obi's there as well. Good luck to Obi. Hopefully he maintains that second power forward spot. His bonus down to a 72. Like, there's guys in the G League that are in the 80s, but these veterans that keep getting traded around and signed somehow over them. Guy's only a 72, man. Come on. There's the Lakers. Gosh, they traded 2 firsts. They did not sign a player in the 80s, so I guess it's a good thing. They at least have some guys that can start with DeBoney. That's just... I mean, they could dump more than half their roster and just sign G League guys and be a better team. Did I see Guath? They've got Magoon Guath down here. He ended up being undrafted in this sim. I think he's a draftable player in the class. Just didn't happen. And we come back to Cooper Flagg and the Mavs. Again, they're kind of set up like if they did actually trade Cooper to us, they look decent at other positions, but does Cat plus picks actually make them a better team? Maybe not. Speaking of Ausar Thompson, he's maintained his 9-point per game average. I just think it seemed like with him, and not to mention when you win 2 championships, it's easy to say this, but with Ausar Thompson at the small forward, it just seemed like Cade was better. Like he was putting up 35 and 10, and his numbers this season, his scoring was back to normal, but he just hasn't been as good. So anyway, now to talk about us. Brunson, Yakiunis, I believe Mikal Bridges will still start, and I believe Jaime Jaquez will still start with Towns. We bring in Barrett. We still have Bronny, Swigo, Mayop, Mate, Bryce, Mitchell, Jordan, Diawara, and Burries. What we could do for this regular season, because we've made the playoffs every year, I think even if we go to a smaller rotation, a bigger rotation, playing more players, I think we could still make the playoffs pretty easily. And I kind of feel like that makes more sense too, because our best players are getting older. 34, Brunson, Towns, and Bridges are all 34 right now. We could let Yakiunis kind of run the show more and play him the most minutes. I think Towns will still play about 30, and I think Bridges will still end up playing around 30. This is a solid 6 seed. I think we're still in the top 6. We should still be a playoff seed. And we're very deep. Like, we can afford to play our bench more minutes because our bench is quite good. Not surprising if it's a 3 either. But we got to kind of determine who to take minutes off of. So I think at this point, Bridges, if he plays a little more than half the game, he's kind of fallen into the Josh Hart role at this point. Not last year's Josh Hart, but like 3 years ago's Josh Hart. And then Jaquez, I do want him to start. He did improve his three-point shooting. So honestly, if he's about the same at 26 minutes, that's okay. The backup center is still going to be Mitchell Robinson. I still want his rebounding out there. The backup 4, it's between Diawara and Jordan Walsh, right? Well, it's going to be Diawara then. No offense to Jordan Walsh. Because I did want him on the team, but not as a backup. The backup 3 is going to be RJ. Sorry, Bryce. The backup 2 is between Mayhop and last year's 3rd leading scorer, Burries. Would be a good year to develop all these young guys if you want to allocate extra minutes, definitely. And Burries is a good example because he's actually going to start the year as the 3rd string shooting guard. We're going to have, where is he? Mayhop be over him. And the same is going to be said for Bronny. We're actually going to have Mate become the backup point guard. So some of these last 5 guys will play. Like Swigo will play minutes. Jordan Walsh probably won't. Bryce will. Bronny will. Burries will. But not obviously a ton. Like, we'll give them the 6-minute stretch. Swigo, maybe like an 8-minute stretch. So maybe that's, 2 4-minute stretches, something like that. Mate barely played at all last year. He doesn't have to play a ton, but if he plays 12, I think that'll be good. Mayhop played 18 minutes a game last year. I don't know if I actually want him playing that many minutes, but he's still improving. So we'll think about maybe 16, right where it is. RJ Barrett needs to play a lot. He's a really good scorer, 19 a game last year on a good Toronto team. He's going to be around half the game. Diawara, he's finally the number 2 power forward. I still don't want him playing a ton of minutes. I'm thinking 12 at most for him. And then Mitchell Robinson is going to consume basically the rest. Somewhere I left a odd number. Here we go. So we didn't end up giving Yakiunis any extra minutes than Brunson or Towns is the only thing that I see I might want to change. Oh, and we didn't give minutes to Bryce or Burries. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Hold your horses. We're going to have to take some more from Bridges and Jaquez. Probably Diawara down to 10. Probably Mate down to 10. I want RJ to play a lot, but maybe 22. And then maybe these will be 6-minute stretches. We give 6 to Bryce and 6 to Breeze. Maybe we give 8 to Breeze, since he was starting all 82 games the last 2 years for us. You can at least get an 8-minute stretch as opposed to a 6. So the only player that won't be in the rotation right now is Jordan Walsh, which is kind of crazy to have a 14-man rotation, but there's going to be injuries as well. There's going to be players that aren't performing great that we can think about taking their minutes. I think I like the way we've set this up. Towns now undisputed the number 1 overall on our roster. Brunson now tied with Yakunis for second. Interesting little tidbit. Any injuries around the league to start the season? Dyson Daniels recovering from a torn Achilles. Still just can't shoot a 3. He can shoot a 3. He'll make 1 out of 10. Almost 2 out of 10. As well as Terrence Stewart. I remember seeing this guy before because I said he looked like Cal Kestis. What did that say? Oh, personality wildcard. Okay. Just like Cal Kestis. Looking at our salary cap, we actually end up a little under the cap. Brunson is... I know we gave him the huge contract after winning Finals MVP, so it was deserved. But he is 34, making $52 million, and it's going to go up along with a player option. Boy. I will say I don't really want to trade either of them down the road, but if it takes trading one or both of them to get pick 2 next draft, or if we were able to get Cooper Flagg by trading one or both of them, those would be the 2 outcomes to do it. It just might be time. I think we can get through this year. I think we'll be all right. As in, we should still be competitive to try to get back to the finals. I mean, we're talking about, he's getting older, he's regressing. Well, he still averaged 25 and 5 last year on 46% from 3, which is a career best, which is kind of insane. And he was still putting up 40 pieces in the playoffs. And Towns was still having some games where he was leading us in scoring and rebounding. So they're still very good players. The age, if this was Madden, I would have probably traded them already. Are any of them saying they want to retire? Towns says he's happy. Brunson wants to commit to the future. And Bridges says he's leaning towards re-signing. So they all want to be here. Interesting stuff, man. Swigo is just so compelling to me. C+ inside scoring, which is not that good. The A- mid-range combined with an A+ 3-point rating. He's got 84 close shot and 89 mid-range with 93 3-ball. Please shoot the ball when you're out there, man. He's got 96 shot IQ. But again, the tendencies, if we scroll over here to start with 3s, it's still at 10 overall. 61 spot up, 0 for off screen, 48 center. He's got a hot zone there. He'll take contested jumpers, 54 tendency, whatever, 54% of the time. But he won't take a 3. That's a bummer. But with, you'd think he would, with A IQ and shot IQ. It's just he should be able to play up to his rating, is all I'm saying. That's not saying he has to shoot 8 threes a game, but I want to see him actually earn his minutes this year. I feel like he has yet to earn minutes. I've just been kind of giving him time to hope he develops. We're 4 years in now to his career, and he's averaged 2.6 points and just over 2 rebounds. His per 36 is 13 points and 10 rebounds, which is pretty good, but only less than 40% from the field. Now, he finally made some threes in the playoffs this past run, but he's happy. I still want him. I still can only get him 6 minutes per game. There's just, we have a good team. It's a deep roster, and there's just not enough minutes to go around for everybody to be able to show what they got every game. So anyway, we're going to start. And as I said, for the stream today, this will be the last season. We'll get through regular season, playoffs, and off-season. So basically, we'll advance 1 year from this point, and then we'll be done with the stream for today. But let's get going finally. First game, we lose by a lot. So that's nice. Mitchell Robinson does have a bruised heel. We're going to have him play through. I know I keep talking about, well, we got to give these guys opportunities. But when a guy can play through an injury, very, very low likelihood of him getting re-injured or injured worse. Like Towns, a twisted ankle sounds painful. But he's only going to miss maybe 2 games. If we had taken him out of the rotation, he would have missed 3 games, I think. So now he's healthy. We did lose those 3 games, unfortunately. We're back to beating up on the Pacers since they have nobody there that's any good. Oh, boy. They had a lineup of Halliburton, Anthony Simons, who was scoring over 20 a game, Luka, Siakam, and Zubats. And they have none of those players remaining. Teams are still trying to trade first-round picks for DeAndre Ayton. I couldn't tell you possibly why. 2 picks for Ayton and a second. Why? Team's not looking good. We are hovering right around that 6th place. We could tighten up the rotation, and I think we probably will as we get closer to. Oh my gosh, the Lakers are trying to trade for Kristaps again. The Slimes pick up a role player and a future second rounder. The Lakers get Kristaps back for the 3rd time. Sure. My goodness. Just would you keep him, Lakers? Would you just keep the player on the team? Just keep him on the darn team. Now, the interesting thing is we're 7th right now in the East, but we're 8th in the power ranking, which means the West is completely just fallen off. If we can hang around 6th, I'll be fine with that. Slimes are trying to get Walker Kessler for their point guard. I would say no. Raynaud for... That's probably not Kendrick Williams. Sure, I guess. First rounder for Desmond Bane at this point? No. The Hawks are back to trying to trade Dyson Daniels. No. Bridges broke his nose. We'll put a mask on him, man. Now the Lakers are trying to trade Demon for another center. No. Coward for Daniels in a second. No. The Hawks have just been so desperate to trade Daniels. I don't. He makes sense with the players they have. He's a really good defender. He can't shoot a 3, but he's playing with Peterson and Rizachet. It just makes sense for them to keep him. And it doesn't make sense for most teams to want him so badly. We're sitting at 5th as the simulation buffers like it's 2005. We're really struggling to get through this Nuggets game, and we lost. Okay. Thinking about making moves for us at the deadline? Definitely minutes. We can take a look at other moves. Still trying to trade for DeAndre Ayton. No, nobody should be trading for DeAndre Ayton. Still trying to trade Dyson Daniels for a team that just drafted their future point guard and lost RJ Barrett. They need Brandon Ingram on the wing and continually beats us in the playoffs. No. We're up to 4th in the East. Just put up 143 on the Thunder. You'd like to see that. The Lakers keep trying to trade the players that I let them trade for during the draft. I'm sure they're still bad, but like, stop. Stop trying to trade your only 2 good players right now. Not counting DeBoney. Again, no. Oh my gosh, Bane for Ayton. Why? It's your starting shooting guard. You're going to trade for DeAndre Ayton? No. Here, I can finally do something nice for the Pistons. They keep trying to destroy themselves. Okay, it is the trade deadline, so we'll stop here. We are 33 and 18, 4th in the East, 2.5 behind Philly. The Pelicans, who of course are now in the East, they've been in the East, I guess, haven't they? They are good now, and they are only trailing the Hawks. No Pacers in sight. Who do the Pelicans have? Fears and Queen, combination of their 2 IRL rookies. They signed Mark Williams a while back. Cam Whitmore's coming along. DeJounte Murray's still here. It's a pretty good roster. All right, we're still here. We're getting through. Thank you. Well, let's check our stats while we're paused here before looking at trades. If I can hit the right thing. Okay, so our guy that averaged 22 last year is averaging 10. That seems not great. He's playing 4.5 minutes less per game. His shooting is down. That's a big jump down, though. Ah, boy. Brunson, still 22 and 3.5 assists. Towns, 17 and 10. RJ off the bench, 12.5. Only 27 from 3, though. Bridges is currently dealing with an injury, shooting 40% from 3. Jaquez at 8. Mayhop 7.5. Burry's 6. Burry's 6 in only 8 minutes a game. New York regressors. Diawara 5.5. Mate 5.5. 3 assists though. That's slightly better than Bronny's usual numbers, I would say. Mitchell 3.5 and 8. Still 8 boards. If that keeps up, that'll be the highest he's had in the past 5 years. 8 rebounds. Man. Bronny 2.8. Swigo 2.3. He's actually making some threes now. Now, how many has he shot? 13. 2 and 2 still for the averages. Price is barely scoring. Can we revisit the Cooper Flag thing? He's not hurt right now. It would help if they're selling. I don't know if they're good or bad right now. But something... That's not what I want. This is what I want. Here we go. They are not... They are 12th in the West, so maybe they're selling. If you look at scouting, what's your MyNBA, and you look at team intel, like we're apparently rebuilding, which I would say we're buying. Maybe not contending, but buying. Tough spot because this is still a 5 seed, right? We're the 4 right now. What are the Mavs saying right now? The Mavs are selling. The Mavs are selling. What I was going to say before I interrupted myself was it would be, as VJ Edgecombe is a 5-star value for 4.5. Get out of that. Now, again, we're still the 4 seed, so breaking apart our core of our most established players is kind of a dangerous thing. We also can't trade Bridges right now because he's dealing with a broken nose. So it would have to be Towns, unless it's Yaki Yunus. Now, the thing is, we're not going to be able to match salary close enough, I don't think. Unless we throw in Mayhop as well. And that's 2 shooting guards we'd be losing. Now, what if it was Jaquez instead? We'd still have to give up $6 million. So, okay, we end up with Burries. Then we have to take on a player. It'd probably have to be not a very good player, so Terrence Matthews. And then it's still too much. So maybe instead of Breeze, we would have to give up Mate. And at this rate, we'd only be able to give them 3 draft picks. If this actually was to happen this way, Cooper could play the 3. No, he'd still go to the 4. Well, who's our Bridges is our 3. Yeah, Cooper would play the 3 and Bridges would go down to the 2. Now, the thing is, this isn't going to go through, even if we offer 3 picks. And we need these picks. So, if we really want Cooper right now that they're selling right now, it's going to have to take Towns or Brunson. Towns is still averaging 17.4 and 10. His 3-point percentage is down to 35. Brunson's averaging 21.5, 41% from 3. I think it still makes the most sense to trade Cat because at least we have Swigo and Mitchell Robinson that way. And then maybe we can throw in Jordan Walsh. Cat. Jordan Walsh. They can take on a player. Harsh reality is neither one of them are going to retire as Knicks if we're trying to contend each year. One or both got to go. Cat preferred. Likely true. It's a younger man's game. Combine Cat and Yaki Eunice. They only see Cat as a 3-star. Would that be too much money? It would not be too much money for them to take on. You might have something there if they're willing to consider it. We could also take back a player, but honestly, we could just sign a guy in free agency that's like an 80 overall. So let's not do that if we don't have to, and then we could trade our own pick because our own pick's not going to be very valuable in the 30s, hopefully. And you're still not willing to work with us yet. Can we throw in just our own picks down the board? Here, this one's a 1.5 star. They don't want to negotiate. I don't think it's going to be possible. Even though they're selling. Did we already add this pick? No. Okay, Sixers, Cavs, Kings, and Warriors. Sixers, Cavs, Kings, and Warriors. Sixers are good. Cavs are okay. Kings are not that good. And Warriors are good. So whichever pick I trade, I don't really want to give up the Kings pick right now. No, I don't want PJ Edgecombe. Not right now, anyway. Towns. Yaki Eunice. Don't give up the Kings pick, but I'd be willing to give up my own and really the other ones if they're valuable enough, which doesn't seem that they are. Also just 1-star values. No, not a second rounder. Cavs is a 2. Knicks. Warriors. Cavs. Knicks. I think this is the best offer we can do. Although, I mean, Towns at a 3-star. The only consideration to change would be Brunson instead of Cat. They value him less. Bronny, 2.5. Towns, Yakiunis, and everything except the Kings pick. Sixers, Cavs, Knicks, Warriors. Maybe they, even though it's valued less, it says maybe they're valued more because it's this year instead of future classes. No. It's just not gonna get done, unfortunately. Cat and Brunson? Well, they value Yakiunis more than Brunson, and we couldn't get Cat and Yakiunis to work. So I don't think so. He's older and he's making more money. Maybe a young player they value more. They value Mayhap as a 3. They value Mate as a 3. Bryce is a 2. Swego's a 3. Diawara is a 2. Bronny's a 3. A lot of 3 options. And Cat was a 3. We could trade half our roster for Cooper Flag and friends. I don't think that's worth either. All right, let's look for a yearly CPU trade that'll inevitably ruin their team going forward. Because all the teams I've done trades for are bad, basically. The Bucks traded Giannis, and they're still bad. Pacers traded for Luka, and they were bad. And then they traded Luka, and they were bad. And they traded Halliburton, and they're still bad. So, man, there's some bad teams, dude. These 3 expansions plus the Lakers are all bad. They were bad even when they had Luka, though, so that wasn't my fault. Minnesota's really good. Is it finally time to trade Jokic? They're down here with 18 wins. First of all, what's a team that could use a center? Well, there's one. 6-8 weeks for Vukcevic. They don't really have a good center anyway. I mean, Porzingis still is 80 at least. Or is Philly in the conversation? They're 3rd in the East right now. Jokic and Luka both to the same team in a 3-way deal. Oh, so the Suns would trade Luka? I could see the Suns trading for Jokic, maybe, as they're 3rd right now in the West, and they're trying to go for a 3-peat. They do have Malawach, he kind of fits what they need. Maybe one day. Jokic to Philly. It sounds weird, which means I'm going to try to make it happen. Where is it? Team selection. Philly and Denver. Nuggets. Jokic. Oh, he's green. He's ready to come back, but he cannot be traded. Well, never mind. Can't make it happen. Closer to horse races too. If only he didn't have a bruised left hip. Okay, who else is bad? I like making one yearly crazy trade, at least. Of course, the expansion teams are all bad, but Detroit has completely fallen off now. I don't think it's realistic they would trade Cade. Maybe Paolo with the Magic. He's been there forever, and they're bad. Is Denver too far? Denver's not too far out to compete for the plan. Maybe they actually try to be buyers here. They beat us by 37 a month ago. Maybe we completely change course and have them try to trade for Paolo to play the power forward. They don't have really a power forward. Man, this team isn't that bad looking on paper, but they are really bad. I don't mind that idea. Maybe that would help Wagner become a better all-around piece. Let's try it. Jokic to the Orlando Magic. Hang out in Florida. Oh, he still can't get trade. Oh, wait, I'm done. We're trading Paolo to. Yeah, I forgot. Duh. All right, now what would we have to trade to make this happen? Do they have financial pieces to make it happen? It doesn't look like they have that many highly priced players, so. Like, this guy was the 12th overall pick, and he's only averaging 6. They could trade him, and the money would work for Paolo, who's averaging 25 and 9. So, in this series, Giannis got 4 picks in players. Luka got 5. Halliburton got 3. And Ja got 2. So where would Paolo Banchero fall in that? Maybe 3? Because he's not on Giannis or Luka's level. I would say Ja cost himself a little bit of value, and the Pacers got 3 instead of maybe even 4 because of just how bad they were and they had no leverage. So 3, I think 3 is a good choice. They are bad this year. If they could get away giving them their future firsts instead of this year's first, then they could also add a younger player in the draft. And maybe we give them two more recent seconds and they give us a future second. Something like that, just to try to balance it. Paolo Banchero going to go team up with Nikola Jokic for the rest of his career, hopefully. Hopefully they're able to keep Paolo. I don't know what his contract's looking like exactly. He still has 3 years left on his deal, so he's not going anywhere anytime soon. I like this one. Paolo to the Nuggets. Yeah, I like that. And they still have Bailey, Watson, Clayton, Moody, Furphy, Jacob Furphy. Isaiah Jackson's here. Rui Hachimura, Ryan Dunn, who's hurt. So it's a pretty good team now all of a sudden, even though they've kind of done for this year. But see how Denver's record improves from here. Would love to see them make the playoffs. They were, 5 games out, so it's possible. And we may not be done yet. Is there a team toward the top that probably should be buyers? I see the Wizards there, and the Wizards have not been traditionally very good. So maybe they should be buyers of some sort. Sar, Toure, they've got a deep group of centers. They could potentially trade one. Of course, they're probably playing that power forward. Yeah, 3 of them can play power forward, so they've kind of got their bigs situated. Debance at small forward. Joksimovic, yeah, I fumbled that one really bad. Joksimovic, there we go. And then Trae Young still at the point. Golden State would buy here, trying to reach greatness post-Steph. Let's see. They could use a big. They could use maybe a few bigs. Could they work out a deal with the Wizards to get one of these bigs? Probably Patrick, since he's the older one. I don't know if that helps them a tremendous amount, but maybe it would help the Wizards. And then what would the Warriors be giving back that would be of value to the Wizards? That's not AJ. No, Jalen Green. Is he still scoring crazy? Yeah. So maybe you consider Nick Smith, who's averaging 13. He would be a potential upgrade over Ben Serif. That doesn't do a whole lot for the Wizards. Is there another player around the league the Wizards could consider toward the top echelon of players? I try to trade Bam before? I think I might have. It'd be kind of ironic to trade Bam to the Wizards. Or, well, he'd be going to the Warriors. The Heat are 9th. They would be selling. But if you're trying to get the number one player in the class, maybe you do sell. And Golden State's right now 2nd. So it makes sense for them to go out and make a splash. Okay, Bam, we're going to try to send him to the Warriors. Yeah, I just wasn't really sure what to do with the Wizards, so I don't think that's going to end up happening. Bam to Golden State sounds real. Steph sees he scores 83. He's like, get this man in a Warriors jersey right now. Bam. Again, do the Heat have any glaring needs as far as players? They won't have a backup center, although they've got some other bigs like Bull. Hey, Dottier got up to 9 a game last year. Giddy, Brandon Williams, Kyrie. I think they would probably just want picks, unless there's a depth player that the Warriors can part with. Maybe one of their younger point guards here that aren't all that good. Carl was pick 17 and he's barely played. We'll give you a Carl. Oh. The cap has entered the chat. Heat Rush are not much different from the Knicks. A bunch of guys who were great but regressing. The problem here is the Warriors are really good and they'd have to give up a lot of cap to match. They can't trade Sohan because he's hurt. Would he be an upgrade over Sorber? 11 and 11. Bam's still averaging 16 and 8. Sorber, they still have to add 23 million. Trade Green and Sorber. Green's averaging 19 for them though. And that still doesn't work. I don't think Bam to the Warriors is going to happen either. Maybe one of the expansion teams are all bad. Maybe the Hornets here? After all the centers that they've gone after, they don't currently have a great option. Maybe the Hornets could afford to give up one of these 2s. Or one of these 4s, Will Riley, for Bam. This would be the Hornets buying again. Yeah, that pesky cap situation. This would be the second trade with the Hornets. course, we've done 2 with the Pacers already. Bam. To the Hornets. Maybe Will Riley. They'd also still have to put in 20 million more. Well, it wouldn't be Miller, Ball, or Rosser. Arnett, maybe? Or Topic? Probably not Topic. Well, he's their starter. I mean, they could move Henshaw up to the... Oh, he's shooting the ball really well. Would you be willing to part with Nate Emmett, who's only 24 here? The Kneppel, part 2. He hasn't raised his scoring. His shooting's gone down. And you still have to give up 4 million more. Maybe they... Well, Kata's still not going to be enough. Branham. Because they have Fujifino, who can be the backup 2, and then Henschel can move up to the 3. We have to give up another player. Maybe Dieng here. Okay, again, on our scale, does Bam come in at like 2 firsts? We're giving up Riley and a mint for Bam as the primary function of this trade. So I would say 2 firsts. And they have recovered from trading all those firsts for Giannis. I mean, that was 4 years ago at this point. They probably wouldn't want to trade their 2031 picks because everybody's trying to get LJ. But we could give you a 2032, 2033, and a 2032 second. Pick up a future out there second. I think this fits pretty well. It's not maybe an ideal trade, but Will Riley's averaging about 10. Mint is averaging about 10. You get Bam, who's still averaging 16 and 8. Now that looks like amazing shooting numbers. He's played 20 games. I would say if the Heat could, or the Heat, if the Hornets could swing Jokic right now, they'd be another team that would want him, but just nobody can trade for him because he's hurt. So Bam is going to the Hornets. Hornets would be under the mentorship program. The Hornets. So I have to give them one more player, or just let the exception work out. Let's just let the exception work. Bam Adebayo to the Charlotte Hornets is done. So here's our moves. We tried to do a lot more than this. And the Heat... Oh, it's because I took over the teams. That's why it says that. Oopsie. I was going to say, like, while we were making that trade, they fired their GM. But anyway, that was Cam Williams earlier. But Paolo going to the Nuggets and Bam going to the Hornets, the 2 biggest moves of the day. Yeah, it's just because I took over the team. They'll hire somebody back, I suppose. Is there any other movement we want to make? Is there an older star player that would want to be traded at this point? Bam wearing 33. This matters 0%. Can he be 13? No, let's make him 3 then. Wemby's currently hurt day to day. Tatum chose to leave, and Minnesota's doing okay, I think. Giannis with the Nets. It would kind of make sense for them to trade Giannis, but $76 million expiring contract. He's 36. He's not the player he was. He's only one higher than Salon overall. Avija with the Trailblazers. It's a lot of money to have to trade. Booker with the Suns. Jaylen Brown with the Celtics could make sense. I tried to trade De'Aaron Fox a year or two ago, and that didn't end up working out. They have Jamal Murray to back him up. Replace Wembenyama with Jalen Williams. At least they have Dylan Harper still, because they let Stephon Castle walk too a couple years ago. Man. So how the Clippers looking? Should they be buying? Do they have a big position of need? Not really. Hey, it's our old friend Tyler Kolek. Played for Seattle for a year. Been on the bench with the Clippers. I mean, if they could acquire a better small forward, they might be interested. Is there a older player who's scoring a lot of points currently? That is a wing that would potentially want to be traded, as J.J. Crawford is playing 43 minutes a game as a rookie. Brandon Ingram. Jalen Williams. How are the Raptors and Thunder doing? Raptors are 14th. Thunder are still 5th. Maybe it's finally time for the Raptors to tear it down a little bit, even though they beat us twice. And what was I saying? The Clippers, right? Clippers could be looking for a small forward. From what team was it? Raptors. Boy, this is a thin team, man. I don't know. Don't know if I want to do it to them. I mean, again, they're bad currently. Brandon Ingram's 33. They've got a young point guard. He's making a ton of money already per year. That's an insane amount of money for a rookie contract for pick 2, $38 million. He's making 57 mil. I'm sorry, that's total. I'm done. I forgot. But still 19 million. Anyway. Brandon Ingram, that's like 28 mil per. Gonna look to make a trade with the Clippers and Raptors, and then we can finally get back to it. Clippers, Raptors. Could also consider Scotty, but he's got a 4-year deal and he's their best player and he's younger, so it would make more sense to trade Brandon Ingram to our Clippers here. Man, Kinston Knuppel only a D plus 3-point. D plus. I would say, just trade him, but why would Toronto want him? Costanzo's averaging 15.5, but terrible 3-point as well. Amari Allen seems like he's kind of capped out. $16 million. It's tough, man. Maybe we exchange Garland for Sasser. Garland's still a decent player, averaging 6 assists. But Brandon Ingram's averaging 23 points as opposed to Allen's 10. I think the Clippers would still have to give up at least 2 firsts here. And again, you don't want to give up those 2031 firsts. So we'll give you 2 firsts. And a second out in 2035. No swap. Thought Garland would be older than 31 at this point. He is still pretty young. IRL, isn't he? 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. He's like 26 in real life right now. I guess that's not too terribly young, but I think this works. The Raptors are getting picks. Bit of a soft rebuild, getting rid of their best player and getting Garland, who can mentor their young point guard, Brooks. All right. Here we go. Make sure I don't have any other random teams selected, just the Knicks and our 4 expansion teams at the bottom. All right, so again, to recap our mid-season trades, we made 3. Paolo's going to the Nuggets, Bam is going to the Hornets, and Brandon Ingram to the Clippers. Moves have been made. Now, about 40 minutes ago, when we stopped here at the trade deadline, we were going to tighten up our rotation. And Yaki Yunus only averaging 10 points is disappointing. The picks we gave up for him, it wasn't pick 4, but it was still a lot, you know. Bridges currently is dealing with an injury, but that's okay. We are going to shorten up the rotation. Bronny's averaging 3 on bad 3-point shooting. He's just going to lose his minutes for now. Burries, I would like to give more minutes. Bryce hasn't made a 3 this year. He's going to lose his minutes. Jordan Walsh hasn't had minutes. Swigo, he's made some 3s. He just can't be in the rotation right now. So our current backup 5, Mitchell is still going to get minutes, of course. Diowaro's minutes, they're going to evaporate. RJ Barrett's still going to get minutes, of course. Only 27% from 3, but he at least can score. He's averaging 13. Mayhop's scoring's taken a hit. Most of that is because we brought in RJ, who's playing with him, and he's playing fewer minutes. And Mate is doing okay. So we kind of don't have... We really only have one backup big, which is Mitch Robinson. But I don't want to take Jaquez out of the lineup for Robinson, so it's going to be these 4 off the bench plus a little bit of Burries. However that would work. It doesn't really work, but it's going to have to work. I think Mate's going to keep his 10 minutes. Mayhop, maybe up to 18. Burries is the one that should be playing a lot more. Like he should be up to 18. RJ, I think he's actually going to lose some. And Mitchell's doing his thing. He doesn't need more minutes. So we have 20 new minutes now. 4 more can go to Brunson, 4 to Towns. Jaquez is not shooting the ball from 3 as well as last year, but he's still playing well. I think we're going to give him more minutes, up to 30. And Bridges, it'll make more sense when he's healthy, but he's going to get back up to 30. Hopefully we do better here the second half of the year. Now we're still 4th in the East. 33 and 18, so it's not like we're doing bad, but I'd like to see us at least maintain or gain in the standings. Mitchell Robinson, it's only a twisted right knee day to day, but he is going to miss time, so An immediate opportunity once again for Swigo. And it's going to make me put Mitchell at the very bottom. Okay. He's going to miss one game. Yeah, he's going to miss one game, and then the All-Star break happened. How did Swigo do in that one game, I wonder? He had 2 and 7. Well, the cool thing about Mitchell Robinson is he doesn't have to shoot 5 shots to score 2 points. He can go 1 of 1 and have 7 to 10 rebounds. Whereas Swigo still just isn't consistent enough to be out there. Now RJ going 1 of 6 and Towns going 3 of 12 doesn't exactly look very consistent either. Burries with 24. There might be a world where he even works his way back up into the starting lineup because Yakiunis, he does have a double-double in this game, but just the so low scoring per game. Do we try that? Mate would still be getting minutes. I would have preferred Cooper Flag. As if anybody wouldn't have preferred Cooper Flag. We're going to try this. It's wonky, but whatever. What was I going to check? What else? There was, All-Stars. Yeah. Haven't checked All-Stars in a while. Scoot Henderson, 3rd in the West for backcourt. Wemby, of course, 1st for frontcourt. And the East, Brunson still making it 9th. There's a man from Sentinel Island that you take over Cooper Flag. I would, but I've already decided he's not going to be a Knick. Bam now, dealing with a twisted ankle. All right. There we go. There's some scoring. Well, there's some more scoring. 150. I don't think there's anybody to re-sign right now. Again, Towns, Brunson, Burries. We could consider re-signing Burries right now, but don't really need to. Bryce and Luigi. Ooh, Swigo's getting expensive. Uh-oh. Next year might be Swigo's last year. Or we might be trading Swigo in the offseason. That's fair. Those high school stats are insane. Although he was playing against hunters and gatherers. Yeah, it's his actual stats from his home Sentinel Island, right? You said? Yeah. They somehow got the stats. He's just now coming to the U.S., but it's like, oh yeah, he averaged 40 against. Yeah. That's tough. Somewhere in here we can look at last 10 games. So if we look at Burries, stat splits maybe. We can see his points per game in February. February are up to 13 by opponent. Can we see last 10 games anywhere? Thought that was a thing. Or post All-Star break is pretty good. 14 a game. Didn't want to throw him under the bus, but like he just wasn't particularly good in the playoffs last year or the year before that. And he just kind of ended up out of the rotation because I wanted to see What am I doing? What am I sorting by? I don't know. Yaki Yunus took the 2-guard spot, and then I wanted to see Mayhop be the backup. But since Yaki Yunus was kind of disappointing, 7 assists is great. 4 assists as a 2-guard isn't bad. A steal per game isn't bad. The shooting percentages aren't bad. Just not working out too great at the moment. And it seems like our offense and defense has been better since making that change. So RJ strained his groin 6 to 8 weeks. Oh boy, everybody's tired too. Oh, and Burry's just coming off an injury. So this is a situation where I'm going to basically undo everything I did previously. We're going to go back to Yaki Yunus, and RJ is going to be out of the rotation for maybe Swigo this time. So it's going to be to the advantage of Mate. Mate's going to get big minutes right now. Burries is also going to be resting for now, which is going to give Bryce an opportunity. Swigo's back in the rotation. And then to help our stars come down from their low energy, we're going to take some minutes off of them. And it's going to be another big opportunity for Yaki Yunus. Can he actually score the ball, being the primary minute getter, so to speak? Burries is already healthy, though, so we beat the Warriors. Brunson 41 in this game. 19 and 12 for. See, that's what I envision. I envision Brunson being still a dominant scorer, and Yaki Yunus putting up, close to 20 points, a double-double. Swigo at 8, 4 fouls. Mitch Robinson fouls out, 5 rebounds. Now I want Yaki Yunus to still play. Oh, what about Bryce? I didn't see Bryce's numbers. He had 4, and that was it. Well, we can still kind of take it easy with Burries, I suppose. It's tough to manage, man. We're still 4th in the East. Make it 5th. We should end up with 50 wins. $52 wins. Darren Peterson will win his, I believe, 2nd MVP. Oh, no, this is the NBA Cup MVP. My bad. There's still games left. Okay, there we go. And he will win the MVP, too, though. J.J. Crawford wins Rookie of the Year, was the 6th pick, averaged nearly 40 minutes a game. Only 29% from 3, but the guy did put up 24 points as a rookie with 5 boards and 4 assists, so I'd say well earned. Ryan Hampton, 6-man. Wemby still winning defensive players. Christian Anderson, most improved for the Slimes. Yeah, they tried to trade him, and I said, no, don't do that. Scoot averaged 31.5. Maybe consider a Scoot trade. Sheesh. And then the Timberwolves brass wins those awards. First team, no real surprises. Well, Rosser's the guy that technically replaced Giannis, which isn't really surprising. Caleb Wilson, at this point, being ahead of the other, well, no, Peterson, being ahead of Debanza and Boozer has been interesting to watch. Neither of them make All-NBA teams this year. Paolo makes All-NBA 3rd team. Nice pickup, obviously, for Denver. Shea, twisted knee, 1 to 2 weeks. This is a guy I drafted in my test, Interesting to see him doing okay. There's Cam Boozer making the all-defensive team, second team. Ament ends up getting traded, and he's making the defensive team. It's not bad. DeBoney does make all-rookie first team. He averaged almost 20 and 5 on terrible shooting. So he's going to be really good because he's only going to get better. And he's already putting up 20 on bad percentages. Interesting. Kuminga averaged 9 and 3. Yeah. A guy on a two-way deal made it with 4 points a game. Not a lot of rookies playing, I guess. As we now enter the 2030-2031 playoffs, we end up with the 4 seed. We'll take on the New Jersey Nets. And the Hornets actually fall to 7th. I forget exactly where they were when they traded for Bam. He was hurt soon after the trade. So maybe not worth giving up. Although if they make it through the play-in and they face off with maybe the Pelicans here, they might have a chance to get out of the first round. Benedict Mathurin now a Pelican. We'll see. And then they'll face off with the Heat, ironic enough. Cavs and the Bulls make it to the play-in. Olivier's a starter now, 7-9. In the West play-in, we got Houston, Sacramento, Portland, and the Los Angeles Clippers, the 10 seed. I think Wemby might have missed some time, but gosh. Did we make a trade for them or no? Oh, Brandon Ingram, is he hurt? Oh, that's a bummer. Brandon Ingram is hurt. Trey Murphy looks like he's also hurt. Oh, boy. Well, let's see who makes it out of the play-in. Clippers lose the first game, and then Portland also beats Sacramento. Houston will be the 7, Portland the 8. And then in the East, Miami beats Charlotte to get the 7, but then Charlotte beats Chicago to get the 8. Cleveland and Chicago will be knocked out. So we'll face off with Giannis, the battle for New York, sort of. Looking at their lineup, immediately I'm thinking again, do I want Bridges at the 2? Possibly. We'll probably mix things up. I probably don't want Hawkes guarding Giannis, which means we'll go to our famous 2-center lineup, probably. Now, Towns could do really well against Kalkbrenner. Do we even consider playing Mitchell Robinson at the 4 to guard Giannis? Yes, is the answer. We consider it. Before we do anything with rotation, let's look at season stats. Not the rookie report. So Brunson ends up 22 and 4, still shooting the ball pretty well. Not as good as last year, obviously, but 46% is hard to beat. Towns still 18 and 10, still a very good player. He has, I say, he's going to regress. He hasn't regressed. He's been an 89. Mikal Bridges down to 13 a game, but in considerably fewer minutes. Scoring really didn't drop off that badly. RJ Barrett averages 12. His three-point shooting got up to 28. Still not great, obviously. Yaki Yunus, 10 a game. There really just was nobody on that Lakers team. The fact that he put up 9 assists was kind of miraculous. And I don't know. He's a good all-around player. I think he can still help us win, but the 10 points a game, it's like we might as well have had Nimhard or McBride playing. Hawkes, about 10, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. Burries is the wild card because we barely played him this year. Put him in the starting lineup. He got hurt, took him out of the starting lineup. 9 a game, 41% from 3. We know it hasn't been great in the playoffs from him. Well, really the finals. He's been very good throughout the playoffs until the finals. Mayhop, who kind of had his role off the bench. Averages 8. 3-point percentage kind of went backwards. Mate averages 6 and 3. That to me is more valuable than what Bronny was doing. Diawara. He played 54 games and he averaged 5.4. Not terrible, not really rotation worthy. Mitchell with his 7 rebounds needs to be out there. Swigo 3 and 3. I don't know who's going to pay that much money for Swigo, man. His re-sign value was so high. I don't know about that. Bronny 3, Bryce 1.5, and Jordan Walsh appeared in 2 games. So to guard Giannis, I really don't think I want it to be Towns. Towns does have a B- post defense, but Mitch Robinson has A-, and he's a better athlete than Swigo, who I considered, but Swigo's an F athlete as well. Does happen to have an 8'1" arm span with an AIQ. I think we're going to throw Mitchell Robinson at Giannis. And we're going to end up taking Yakiunis out of the starting 5. Is that what we want? Yeah, I think so. I don't want to put Bridges on a Soar because I don't want to Soar on Bridges. Power forward Mitchell Robinson. It's happening. Would it also make sense? That's not what I wanted. I don't know much about Jasper Johnson. Let's check him out. He's a B+ perimeter defender. A Cuff's an A+. We're going to do another change. We're going to have Bridges guard a Cuff, and we're going to have Brunson be the 2. He can work against a worse defender. We could even bring Bridges off the bench and start Yakiunis. And that would look like this. We'd have Hakos go to the bench. That might even make more sense because then we can still play Mate. I think honestly we're going to take Mayhop's minutes and go to a 9-man rotation. Oh, and we have RJ Barrett near coming back, so. Swigo, Hakos, Burries, Mate. And we have 20 minutes to work with, so Brunson, Bridges, Towns, Robinson. This is going to be the game 1 rotation. Bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out. Let's see if it let's see if it works out for him. If I could speak English again. Game 1 against the Giannis-led Nets. Our new rotation. With everybody else on the bench. Let's go Simcast. We'll alternate. We'll kind of go fast. We're up 6. Into the first quarter, the Nets lead by a point. As halftime approaches, we're getting a little blown away now. Good start to the third. We got to make up more ground than this, though. It's doable. Typically, when we get down by that much, we don't come back, but no, it was down to 4. 6, 8, 5, 7, 4. 3 minutes to go. 1, 3, 2, 4, 2. Gotta get a stop. Gotta get some stops. Gotta score some points, though. 4, 2, 4. 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2. A lot of points at the very end. Gosh, we've had so many very, very, very close playoff games. Looks like we still won't have RJ. Towns 27, Bridges 26, Brunson 25. All shot the bell pretty well. Burry's 14 off the bench. Robinson actually taking some shots and making them. 6 and 12. Yakayunas 5, 5, and 10. Mate just 4 points. Again, nobody really played well except our big three. That's kind of been the case. That's why I've been hesitant to want to get rid of them, because they've been good in the playoffs. Burries did make 4 threes, I will say. And Mitchell, with his 7 offensive rebounds, is always useful. So, the rotation for the Nets looks the same. Second quarter defined the score. The rest of the game looked good. Will we have RJ back? RJ could play. Mate, after that performance, I'm not really buying into him playing here in the playoffs. I know we're also not playing Bronny already, but Burries can play the point. I know he's technically not assigned to be able to play the point, but somebody's going to play it. They'll figure it out. Don't know if I want to play Hawkes quite that much. All right, game 2. Up 5 early. Up about 10 at the end of the first quarter. Pulling away. Add 8 to it. Going to maintain. Ooh, they went on a run at the end of the third. Don't like that. Oh boy. They've come back. Well, it's back to 10. Just maintain that 10. All right, we're looking good now. It was seemingly a bit sketchy there for a bit, but we're good. All right, 127, 108. Brunson 32, Towns 21, Bridges 20, Burries 20. Those are our 4 scores. That's all we get in the playoffs. Man, interesting. Giannis with 25. Game 1, by the way, Giannis had 39 against Mitchell Robinson, so that defense didn't do a whole lot of good. But in game 2, he goes from having 39 to 25. So, and Kalkbrenner's only getting 4 against Cat. And Asor Thompson's averaging 2. Asor has 4 points in 2 games. Yeah, exactly. So game 3, do we have RJ full health? We do. They're going to put Dylan Betts into the starting lineup at center. So we're going to have Cat feast on Dylan Betts. Yeah, Asor. Do we maybe not start Yakayunas now? Maybe we bring in Burries to start? I think that good idea to get him and his brother to New York. Yeah. Not the exact way either of us thought it was going to happen. What did Swigo do last game? He had 7 and 8. He gets to the line, too. Season high 11 rebounds. Whatever that was. All right. Game 3. right? Yeah. As we go to New Jersey. It's a long way to travel, I know. Some gas. Here we go. Another hot start. Ooh, that was like a 12-0 run. 27-13 in the second. Just keep them down. Keep them down and we're fine. Yeah, we're good. We are good. 113.93. Oh, no. R.J. Barrett. Quote, "Hear that, Knicks fans? That's the sound of the Nets weeping like babies. I'm back from my strained groin and anxious to show what I got. Hashtag better than ever." Thank you, RJ, for the tweet. All right. They've gone back to Kalkbrenner at center, by the way. That's the only change. I mean, Cat can still play well against him, too, so. I'm trying to get to the box score, dude. I keep clicking on other stuff. Here we go. Giannis only 14. Mitchell Robinson doing his thing. Asar had 12. Betts had 1. They decided to start the guy, and he went 0 of 6. That's tough. Is that Terrence Mann? No, Trey Mann. He's also the man. Brunson 26. Towns 21. Hawkins 18 on 7 of 8. Bridges 15, fouled out. Burries had 10. First start in the playoffs this year. Mitchell 6 and 9. RJ 6. Swigo. Yeah. I don't think there's anything to change for the rotation. I like it how it is. Sorry to our bench, but it's just the way it is. Game 4. 3-point lead after 1. Again, we're going on a run to start the second. Big quarter. Outscored them by 15. Even in the third. And a 20-point advantage. It's going to end up being a dub. 109-87. Brunson 39. They're going to go back to Betts at center. I don't know why. Giannis again, just 14. We're holding Giannis. He's averaging 23, but it really hasn't been that good. He had 39, and then 25, and then 14 each last 2 games. No answer. Oh, we found our answer. It's Mitchell Robinson. So we're a big 3. Acuff did have 24. I should mention him. Brunson 39. Yaki Unis 19 off the bench. I like that. Burries 14. Towns 13 and 13. Nobody fouled out. Mitchell had 8 rebounds, 4 blocks. Swigo didn't score. He's still just not playing that well, but at least we're winning. 5 boards and a block. 6 turnovers each from Brunson and Burries. That's not ideal. And RJ was 0 for 4. Do we take RJ's minutes and give them back to Mayop? He is not playing well since he came back from being injured. He's averaging 6 on 33%, 25 from the field. I think we go to Mayop. Game 5. At home. Elimination game. Get it done. Well, they opened off huge, but we reeled them back in. Still a close one. Quickly, 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and we are down now about 10. We're going to have to really pick up the pace, and we're picking up the pace. The pace has been picked up. Down 2 minutes. Something happened. Please, something. Anything. We tie it. They take a 2-point lead. We get a free throw. And overtime. Oh my gosh. This is the first overtime game, I think, of the... we're 2 minutes in. Nobody scored. What's happening? We get a 3. Is it enough? We get another 2. We get a 1. They haven't scored in the entire. There's 3. Okay. We're up 5, and we're up 7, and that'll do it. That will do it. 123, 116 in overtime. Wow. Okay. We knock off the Nets in a gentleman's sweep. Brunson 24, Bridges 24, Burries 15, as well as Jaquez. Oh, Swigo. Oh, finally it happened. Finally, Swigo had a good game. 13 points, 16 rebounds, and 3 blocked shots. Now, he played 33 minutes, which is a little concerning. I see Burries fouled out. Cat played 3 minutes, so don't celebrate too much yet. I think we've lost Cat. We have lost Cat for 2 to 4 weeks. If we're going to lose Cat for 2 to 4 weeks, it's a heck of a time for Swigo to have his very best game of all time. Man. Reminds me of a Madden franchise where the young guys can have the dev trait moment. To raise this player's dev trait, get 150 yards and 3 touchdowns. He kind of did, and he's going to need to do it again because we're going to be without Cat this entire series upcoming with... Looks like it's going to be the Hornets are going to knock off the 1 seed, BRB again. All right. Good thing we decided we were only going to do 1 season today because that's all I'm going to have time for. Towns, twisted left knee. Let's take care of the rotation here. I'm not sure who we're facing yet or how their lineup's going to look, so I'm just going to get him toward the bottom. And for the second, Bryce James is going to play 38 minutes. We are going to face the Charlotte Hornets. Have knocked off the Hawks, the 1 seed. Peterson 37. Not enough. Bam 32. I guess the Bam trade worked out after all. I guess it did. So we'll face Charlotte. Wow. 3 upsets in the East. The Wizards knock off Philly in 5, and the Heat also advancing to face Washington, who beat Philly. We already said that. What a Eastern Finals it would be if it was the Heat and the Hornets, 7 versus 8, traded for and traded Bam at the deadline. Heat still have a fairly decent looking team, not necessarily a star right now. Kyrie just is that overall. He's not hurt. Can't wait to play the Suns again. Hope we get that far. We tried to trade for LaMelo, didn't work out. Now we get to face him, Brandon Miller, Bam, CJ Rosser. And the West we haven't even looked at. Minnesota beats Portland in 6, OKC over Utah in 6. Phoenix over Memphis in 5. So Memphis has returned to the playoffs after being terrible for a while. Pretty good roster. And Houston has knocked off Golden State. So we tried to make a trade for Golden State, couldn't get it done because of the cap. They're missing someone, their point guard. Yeah, Keontae George out, so that didn't help. So we had 2, 3, 4, we had 5 upsets in the first round. That's a lot. That's actually a lot if you think about it. Yeah. And here is the Hornets starting 5. So Bam, Rosser, Dieng, who was also acquired from the Heat, who wasn't even in the rotation. He barely played. Now he's going to be starting in the playoffs for them. Brandon Miller and LaMelo. So now, because they actually have I don't know if I want to say they have a better roster, but I think we maybe make things look a little more normal at this point. I think we go Swigo. He's coming off his best career game. We're going to move Mitchell back to the bench. We're going to insert Hawkes back into the starting lineup. RJ Barrett's going to start to get minutes again. Unfortunately, Mate just doesn't have a spot right now. Swigo with Swigo. DUR is not getting 24 minutes. Did he play in the last game? Barely. Is he going to be in the rotation right now? Do I want him doing that? If we're starting Swigo, he probably should get some minutes. Maybe like his usual 10. And then Mitchell's going to play like half the game. And Swigo's going to play close to 30. Hawkes, we'll give him a few more. Bridges, he's averaged 19 in that first series. Burry's averaged 14 and a half. All right, I think we're ready. And again, to check on that injury, 1 to 2 weeks, he is out. There's no chance of him playing. For the Hornets, nobody hurt. Hero and Kyrie. Kyrie is hurt. I was wrong. He is a higher overall than that. All right. Game 1, 4 and 8. Nine-point lead after the first. They're going to cut into it. Doesn't look like it's going to be cutting into it enough. So go to the fourth and run away with it. 126, 111. And I see a change. Rosser is down to the 3. They're bringing in Murin at the 2. Bridges, I'm comfortable with him on Rosser. But that last, if I could read, dude. If I could read and if I could speak, if only. Bet that loss stung. There's not even an A in the word stung. Where am I getting last? Oh, boy. Box, that's not even our game. Where'd our game go? Box score. Man, it's a struggle. It's a struggle, but we're almost done. We're almost done. Maybe I even save the off season for next stream because it is after 3 o'clock already. Brunson 24 and 10, Burry's 19, Yaki 19, Cat of course didn't play, Swigo 9 and 8, not bad. Mitchell Robinson 2 and 7. Yeah. LaMelo 30, trio of double doubles, but not huge scoring numbers. So I think we keep the rotation the same. Yeah, they make that a lineup adjustment, but We're going to go with it. Oops, wrong button. Up 13 at the end of the first. And we're going to put 6 more points on them. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. 45 in the fourth even. 154, 122. Buries a career high 34 points. And Bridges 28. Brunson 17 5. Swigo 13 and 10. Another double-double for him. This is the opportunity. This is finally his opportunity to shine. He's averaging 7 and 7. Still obviously doesn't shoot a ton of threes, but 3 of 5 when he does let it go. LaMelo 26. Rosser, a triple-double playing small forward. Took all the Bam's rebounds. See, Murnin, stretch big, I suppose. 154 in regulation. Yeah. Sometimes we get games like that. Sometimes we get games where we barely crack 100. But everything was working that game. They're going to bring back Dieng into the lineup. I'm not scared of Dieng, so we're going to run it. $16-point lead at the end of the first. They just can't carve into it. Now they're kind of carving into it, but it's going to be too late. Too little, too late. We still score 30. Our very own Luigi Swigo dominated the glass, gathering a career-high 15 boards. Our first Swigo tweet that we've seen post-game like that. And we're quickly up 3-0. Rosser 38. LaMelo just 9. Topic 2 of 11. Don't know why he's shooting that much. Brunson 21. Swigo 10 and 15 as we saw. Just 4 of 12 from the field, but Mitchell 6 and 7. Sweet, he wants that extension. He wants to match up with Justice in the future. Good luck. And Diawara even had 10. All right. John's perking up. Dieng will stay in the lineup. We saw the Wizards have already advanced, so the Heat have been swept. Trae Young, Debansa, Sarr, Toure, Trey Johnson. We explored them trading one of their bigs for a wing, or for some picks, perhaps. Just have a strong team. In the West, 3-1 here, 2-2 here. Phoenix struggling with Houston maybe a little bit. Amon just isn't a scorer, and he's really not a passer at this point, but Caleb Holt. Tomas Scola, is this the son of Luis Scola? He's from Argentina. He's kind of got that similar face structure. Could be. Cameron Williams not scoring as much in the playoffs. No, I don't want to be playing against Trae Young in the conference finals. Hallie's choke emote about to get utilized by that little troll doll. Oh boy. Debance's at 20 a game. Sarr just 10. Toure 13. Is it Trey? He's putting up 20. This dude's putting up 20. The other Trey is 21 off the bench. Yeah, they got a deep team. We got to take care of Charlotte first, though. Let's do it. Well, we're down 12 at the end of the first this time. We're hanging around. And we're going to lose. Well, no new injuries. They're going to keep Dieng still. We've allowed them to have life. 19 for Brunson, 15 and 10 for Swigo. Man, not having Cat really hurts our scoring sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. DUR 5 of 5. Mayhap just 4-14. How's RJ shooting? His 3-point percentage is much better. We're going to take Mayhap's minutes again, and we're going to give them to, I think, Mate. Mate over Bronny. DUR 5 for 5. 5 for 5 DUR special. Did it again. I think we'll stick with this. Go game 5 at home. Let's get it done. Don't mind a gentleman's sweep as long as we win. Well, we're looking solid. 6 minutes to go in the fourth. Double-digit leads growing. And it's over. 125-102 is their final. So we do get the gentleman's sweep. Bridges 22, Brunson 21, Swigo 20. 9 of 14 from the floor. Mate 5 and 6. Just 2 of 7 shooting. We might even shorten up the rotation even more now going against the Wizards, as the Suns will knock off Houston in 7. 1-3, 4-6. So we go into the conference finals. He's averaging 9.5 and 8.5 now with a block. 56% from 3. Very, very low volume. Boy. Towns has healed for the start of the series. I like that. As much as I like how Swigo's been playing. He has a spot in the rotation now. And since we're matching up with Sar, he might start at the 4. I'd rather that than Jaquez, I think. As well as Swigo's been playing too. Jaquez scoring's up, but his shooting's down. Everything else is down. He's going to go to the bench. Towns is going to come in, obviously start. We could even let Swigo be the center and Towns play the 4. What exactly is their starting lineup? Toure, I don't know if it matters much. I don't know if it really matters that much. Yeah, we'll let Swigo stay at center. Towns will play the 4. Everything else will stay the same way. Except minutes. Minute distribution. We're going to take the Mate's minutes. Mitchell's going to play a lot. We got 6 minutes left over. Bridges is playing so well right now. Swigo's playing so well, but give some of his minutes to Towns. All right, Game 1, Eastern Finals. We're playing to go to our 3rd NBA Finals in 4 seasons. Here we go. Game 1. At home. Lead by 1 at the end of the first, but we put 16 on them in the second. And we're going to be able to coast to the end here. 127-106. That's just saying that Towns is back, okay. Unless he got hurt again. No. Good. Good, because I didn't want him to get hurt. Suns take Game 1 in the West. Not what I wanted. Box score. Towns put up 40 in his first game back. Hello. Burry's 26, Brunson 21, Swigo 10 and 10. Diawara putting up his usual 10. Mitchell Robinson just 2 rebounds, but 8 points. I'm in. Bridges only 4 on 2 of 9. But we get the 20-point win, so let's keep it going. Well, if we make the finals again, we'll stop there. Yes, as a matter of fact, it's going through the house currently. $151, $129. We're up 2-0, just like that. Brunson 40, Towns 31, Burries 23, Barrett 17 in only 19 minutes. Swigo 13, Yakiunis 10 assists. Mitchell Robinson fouled out along with Swigo and Bridges. They're trying to make it a series. I don't think the Wizards have enough to stop us. I'm going to go out on a limb after we just scored 151 points and say that with conviction. Phoenix will win game 2 on the road again. Same lineup for the Wizards. We're going to keep our same lineup. I'm thinking Swigo, maybe I should have re-signed him already. We're off to a tough first half. We're going to have a monster fourth quarter. And it's already off to a bad start. Yeah. All right. Well, Debanza 30 leads the Wizards. Towns 35 and 11. Swigo just 4 and 4 in this one. Swigo is the key. We must get more Swigo going on. Phoenix will win game 3. Are we good with our starting lineup right now? I'm not playing Jaquez at all. I think that's a mistake. I think I meant to be playing him. We're going to take some minutes from our bench here. Give him back to Jaquez. My bad, dude. Just letting him sit out for 3 games. You know, he did get a bad injury last year. That was a year ago. Yeah. All right, 41 in the first, 32 in the second. They're coming back, though. Oh, they came back. They came back. They came back. Oh, no. Oh, back and forth. One point lead. 1 point deficit. 1 point lead. 1 point deficit. 30, 10 seconds. We're up 1. They're up 1. We win! There's like 4 buckets in 15 seconds. 36 in the third and the fourth. Our defense in the first half was good enough. Holy moly. Whew. Huge win. 29 Brunson, 20 and 10 Towns. Mitchell Robinson, 7 and 12. Swigo didn't score but had 10 boards himself. Important stuff. Diawara with his usual 10. Bridges, the scoring has fallen off a cliff. He had 6 turnovers in this game, too. Gee whiz. See, outmatched by their wings. We turn to Breeze in this situation. All right. Game 5. As Phoenix has swept the Timberwolves. Tyrese and Tatum couldn't win a game against them. OG joined the squad. He averaged 10, 6 in the playoffs. Bad. Anthony Simons maybe hurt. He's averaging 15, but he's way at the end of the bench now. All right. Game 5. We're up 3-1. Back at home. Let's do it. Good start. 40-point first quarter. Yet we've given up the lead, but we got the lead back. Don't blow it, fellas. Don't blow it. We're not blowing it. We're not blowing it. May badness. Knicks handle the Wizards, win by 10. Oh, that's it. That's the series. That was 4 wins. Yeah, that was game 5. I forgot. So it'll be a rematch. Luka and Booker versus Towns and Brunson. But we have Swigo this time. Look at Towns. 63% from the field, 62 from 3. Unreal numbers against Alex Sarr. Like I said, can't wait to play the Suns again. Well, let me ask you this. Should we stop here again, like we've been doing, or should we go ahead and do the finals and stop at the beginning of the offseason? I know it's a little earlier as well, but I kind of like the flow of starting with finals. Something to look forward to till the next time. But we could also just do it. We've got the momentum. We're here. The next thing up is the draft. That's the most important thing. So I'll leave it to your call. Finals or no finals. Let's run it. Okay. I think I'm good with this rotation, except I do want to get Towns a few more minutes from somewhere. Tomorrow's last chance before I go on vacay. Let's see what we can do. All right. Let's do it then. We're going to take a few minutes from our bench and throw him at Towns because I want him playing basically the entire game against Malawatch. All right. To try to prevent a three-peat and to try to win 2 out of 4 for us. High-scoring quarter again. That's crazy. Crazy half. Not as much in the third quarter, but we've got a comfortable lead. And we are expanding on it. Sort of. Not really. It's actually getting to be kind of close, but not close enough. Well, again, what are we doing, guys? It's a little close. All right, we win by 5. 145-140. Booker 30, Luka 29 and 10. 32 for Brunson, 26 for Yaki Eunice. Burry's 25, Towns only 12, fouled out. Bridges fouled out. Swigo with 12 and 8. Robinson 6 and 5. Jaquez still doing his thing in much, much less minutes. Did have 4 turnovers. Whew. All right. Anything different? Nope. Game 2. Down 10 at the end of the first. But we cut 5 into it. Sneaky Athletics Swigo is my favorite guy right now. I've really wanted him to succeed. He was our first draft pick of the series. He's just been stuck behind Towns and Mitchell, of course. As we're getting down to the wire, again, we got another close one. 2-point lead, tied, 7 seconds, overtime. Up 3, up 4. Math is hard. Real-time math, up 2, up 5, 7. Oh, it's over. 4, 2. What? 2. Huh. Okay, went by 4. Swigo was pounding the glass. Career high 12 rebounds. He's had more than that, hasn't he? I think he has. We win both on the road. Swigo. Mullins 39 for them. Burry's 30 for us. Brunson 27, played 44 minutes. Jeez. Nobody was in that bad of foul trouble except for Burry's had 5. Swigo 20 and 12. Towns 17 and 11. Bridges at least had 12. Not great shooting still. Mitchell 2 and 7. Doing his thing. No change in the lineups. Let's run it. Keep it going. Yeah, career high 15. So that may not be the most reliable thing in the world up there. as we are up comfortably still here in the third, but it is gone. It is not comfortable anymore. I'm uncomfortable. I am not feeling comfortable in the slightest. Ah, geez, here we go again. Down 2, tied, down 2, tied. Up 1, 2, up 2, up 3, up 4. Free throws are nice. Up 2, tied. Oh boy, down 3. Last seconds, down 4, 5. Damn, we lose by 3. We were up 11 at the end of the first. Now score us by 9 in the fourth. That'll do it. So far, the road team has won each game in this series. Luka 33-10. Towns 35-15. Swigo 11-8. He's become more of a consistent option. Not like he's going to score 20 a game, but Burry's 10. Barrett only 3. I know we won the first 2 games of the series, but every game's been close. I think we make some minute adjustments. Diawara, he's averaging 8. He's shooting the ball really well. I think we got to take RJ's minutes. I think we do. I think we need Burry's playing more. We need the extra scoring punch. We need to score 150. Darn it! We're up 2 at the end of the first. We had a point. They're going to outscore us by 9 in the third. That's not good. We got another close one. Although, no, it's close. It's close. We're tied. We're in the lead. We're tied. Oh boy, here we go again. 2 minutes to go. Another close one. They're up 2. We're tied. They're up 2. Please get a bucket. Not you. They got a free throw. Down 1. 20 seconds. A 3. And we lose by 3. Brunson 32. Towns 21-14. Robinson 6 rebounds. Fouled out. Kevin Porter fouled out. Luka 28. He's probably in line for them to be Finals MVP if they win again. Not Booker. Not Mullins. For us, I'd say probably Towns. 22-10 over Brunson. Now 25-5 is. He's playing like his old self. The 3-point shooting's down slightly, but this is basically what he's done all series. Gosh, he averaged 29 a couple years ago. Well, 4-4. Each game has been won by the away team. Do we make any change? Do we need another 3-point threat out there? I think we do. I know Barrett hasn't been shooting particularly well. Mate really wasn't. Bryce didn't this year. What about Mayhop? 29%. Bronny doesn't really shoot threes. Hasn't played at all in these playoffs. That kind of just leaves the guys we have starting. That should be shooting the threes. Might even play Diawara a little more over Mitchell. Okay, game 5. More time for Swigo in clutch time. He is starting. He should be out there at the end. Oh boy. Bad first quarter. Down 8. Low scoring. Another 3. In the third quarter strong. It's going to be another close one. If we can keep it within range. We're not keeping it within range. We did not keep it in range. We stopped being able to score all together. Oh boy, Booker 34. He might steal it from Doncic if they win. Towns 26-12. Brunson 21. Again, it's our big 3 leading us in scoring. Burry's 4 of 12. Swigo 3 of 10. Home team finally wins a game. RIP. They're playing a 10-man rotation right now. It might be time to switch something up again. Not that Malu Watch is like, didn't mean to play. Not that Malu Watch is doing a ton of work for them. Oh, I'm looking at our team. Where is he? Yeah, they only had 6 and 7. 6, 7. But I think I'm actually going to go with Mitchell starting. We still got Diawara, Jaquez. Jaquez probably should be playing more minutes. I don't know who I'd take him from. 51% from 3. I wish he'd shoot more, man. He's, who does he remind me of from the Pacers? I mean, he's basically Halliburton at this point. 87 overall. Shoots the ball really well, just not shooting enough. He's more like George Hill right now than Halliburton. I don't think any of these guys really need to be getting minutes. If they were, it'd be RJ, I suppose. He was basically our leading bench scorer all season, but just can't knock down threes with consistency. All right, possible elimination game 6. Ah, boy. Can we get off to a good first quarter? Well, we're down 3. That's not so bad. Okay, we're down. We're down even more points, but we're coming back. We're keeping in it. We lose 2 more points to them. We're still only down 5. Come on, make a run. Down 2, down 3, 6, 8. Okay, it's getting to be bad. It's bad. It's bad. Luka Doncic will win another Finals MVP. Their third. Is it 3 out of 4 championships? No, it's a three-peat. It's a three-peat. My mistake. Brunson 23, Swigo 14, Cat just 12 on 4-15 shooting. He should have been a pacer. He was. And unfortunate that he left. We put in our bench at the end just so they could play, I suppose. Again, it's, Brunson still does his thing. Not great shooting. Well, okay, I say, but like Bridges only had. Oh, Bridges got hurt in what could be his final game with the Knicks. Sprained his right knee in the final game. Oh, man. That's really tough, dude. That's unfortunate. Don't know if we would have won, but he was averaging 15. He only played 5 minutes, so that's unfortunate. Towns just 12 points. Could be his final game with the team. Could even be Brunson's final game with the team. Making 3 finals, winning 1 is great. The goal of this series is to win as many championships as possible. We've only won 1 so far in 6 seasons, right? So we've come up short 5 times. But we've gotten there 3 times and we've come up short twice. So that is a bummer. But at least we're good. We're a great team. We're just unable to finish it off twice. There were those 2 years we got beat by the Raptors. It'll be like that sometimes, Final playoff stats: Brunson 25, 5.5 assists. Towns 22 and 10. It's still going to be hard to say, trade these guys for a pick and trade them for Cooper. We expected, we were, you were, I agree, but we were talking about us being a possible, barely making the playoffs over the play-in spot at the 6th seed. Swigo shows promise. Keep him for sure. I don't think I can negotiate right now. We'll have to work on that in the next stream. Yeah, 4 seed, made the finals, took them to 6. It was another, you know, however you want to say it. I think it was a successful season. I know we didn't ultimately win the championship, but we'll take a peek at the offseason, but I don't want to get too far into it. Retirements, Kyrie, Porzingis, John Collins. DiVincenzo, just 34, but down to a 75. Actually averaged 12 points this year. And basically everyone else is not real. So probably no Hall of Famers this season. Well, Kyrie. Kyrie will make it, I would think. What about Tingus? Sixers legend, Tingus. Probably not. Retirements. A lot of names, but not a lot of names, you know what I'm saying? To the Hall of Fame does go Kyrie Irving. League meetings. We don't have expansion this year, so we're just going to reject everything. Eliminate financial restrictions when trading. Yeah, that would have helped earlier in the season. Rejected. Yeah, I when I said nobody at first, I was like, oh yeah, wait, Kyrie. I think we'll stop here at the draft lottery because that's going to be very important for next stream. Cap holds, it's just Mate and Jordan Walsh, so we'll let Jordan Walsh out of his. Mate wasn't shooting well in the playoffs, but I still like him as a prospect. He's only 22 still. And we can't quite trade yet, so we'll end it here, I think. Our active contracts were already over the cap, and we know we're going to be trying to get the second overall pick, as well as potentially Cooper Flag. So don't know if we can do either for sure. I'd like to think we can at least get to pick 2 by trading Brunson and or Towns and or Yakachunas. Jack Usionis. Somehow we'll make it happen for at least pick 2, but Cooper Flag still might be just a dream. And yeah, Jackie Units. However you say that feller's name, we gotta get him. That's like listening to the Paul Feinbaum show or something. We gotta get this fella on out of here. We gotta go after and get that Cooper Flag. I think he's the best player in the league. 3 unks in the starting 5. Wonder how many we'll have next season. Could bring back OG again. Anybody else we could bring back? We've kept so many players. See, Josh Hart retired. It'd be OG. Could go after Pacome Dadier. See with the Heat, right? Yeah. He's got an A+3 ball now, even though he's only averaging 8 points a game in 26 minutes. He's the Swigo of small forwards. So he's got very good perimeter defense as well. He low-key actually could be somebody we go after in the offseason, to be honest. But anyway, yeah, I think we need to get younger. Would still like to keep Cat. I'll be real honest with you. And Brunson still turns it on in the playoffs. He went from 22 to 26 in the playoffs. Yakachunas ultimately was disappointing. Was still playing well in the playoffs, but just doesn't score the ball enough to justify. Like, we could have traded all those picks for future picks, but it is what it is. Let's see. Right now, I don't think we can even look at our future picks. unfortunately. So I'm not sure about those. Could bring. Oh, he retired, didn't he? At least I was making fun of him like he retired. I think he did. Is there any other players we've had? Oh, where's Miles McBride at this point? He was with the Bulls, I think is where I traded him. Reunite Diawara and McBride for John. He's now on the Bucks, and his scoring has still not been unlocked. In fact, it's gone down every season, despite shooting 63%. Now he played like 5 games, right? Yeah, 6. Julius Randle. That's a former Knick. Yeah. Oh yeah, quickly. He's not. He must have retired. I think he retired last offseason, actually. Emmanuel quickly played for the Pacers this year, averages 11 and 2. He's kind of that same mold of 6'2" shooting guard that doesn't shoot the ball enough and doesn't pass enough to get too many assists. We already have a few of those. Bronny, namely. Upcoming free agents around the league, Dylan Harper. Oh, that's for next offseason, though. They all have a year left. Never mind. Well, Daphne, what do you think? We've got 1 ring. The combination of Daphne and Philip Turner at least got a ring, but we've been struggling to get a second. So hopefully one of these here prospects can help us get over the hump down the road. We still don't have a ceiling or a floor for Pride Miletic Makansdjijevic. Daphne looks like a supervillain with that stance, so I imagine she's about to go demon mode this offseason. We're getting Cooper Flag, we're getting pick 1 and 2, we're getting Wembanyama. We're getting Cade. Could a potential Shea trade at this point be possible? They've been trying to build around their quote unquote big 3 still for a while, and they've been making the kind of like us there for a little bit. They've been just kind of making the playoffs, but they're not getting too far. Maybe it's time to build around Arenas and Sar. Maybe trade out all 3, Shea, Chet, Jalen Williams. Could the Thunder be the team that trades everything to get Justice? Could they trade all 3 of those players to potentially acquire pick 1 and creating a second potential Thunder beast that we have to deal with? I saw a random video on YouTube one time that was like, I turned a penny into a new home. And all he did was trade up. I want to see you turn the least valuable pick into Cooper Flag. Got it, Daphne? Yeah, I'll get right on that. I saw somebody do, was it a Madden thing? They tried to trade up as high as they could, and they got to like a 90 overall player. It's just so hard to trade for QBs or any position player, really, in the 90s. I am experiencing it's like that on 2K as well, because we had to trade a lot just to get Yaki Yunus, who's an 87. I don't know why we're looking at Shea so much. Let's look at Cooper, potential former Dallas Maverick this offseason. Could he be on the move? And if we can't get him, could somebody else get him? Maybe the Mavs say they want LJ. I think every team in the league should be saying they want LJ. There might be expansion teams willing to give up their entire roster plus all their future picks to get him. I don't know. We just don't know yet. Could the St. Louis Slimes be in position to acquire Liquid Justice? Liquid Slimes? Maybe. Now, is this a good enough roster that anybody would want all their players? No. But it does seem practically impossible to trade for like a 90-plus. LaMelo is the one I thought would be like really attainable if Cooper Flag couldn't happen. And we didn't even get him to budge, so. And then the Mavs, even though they were selling, we still couldn't get them to budge on Cooper. If you look at Team Intel, Daphne wants us to be rebuilding. Maybe we should. Anybody selling right now? It's the off season, so probably not. Oh, well, the Lakers are. Aren't the Lakers always selling at this point? Post LeBron, I think they've been selling the entire time. The Magic, maybe the Magic trade Franz Wagner. They've already traded Paolo. And the Mavericks are still selling. They want CJ Rosser from the Hornets. All players on this team are available for trade if a good offer is made. Interesting. Man, that Nuggets team looks still really good, but maybe Walter Clayton just ain't the guy. I don't know. The Pistons are selling. All players are available. There are not that many players that are actually untouchable. Apparently the Bulls think Tony Garma is untouchable, along with Ant. You have to go all the way to the Rockets, I think, to find another player. Yeah, Cameron Williams. Pistons drop-off all started with KD, yeah. Spurs will never trade Dylan Harper, so that's 4. Thunder will never trade Shea, that's 5. Tatum, 6. Tatum, but not Halliburton. Nathan Solomon. He's not even, he's their 6th man. He's 22 and he's an 87, so maybe Portland should be exploring a Denny Advija trade this offseason. Washington, Stefan Jaksilmovich and Bamba Toure are both untouchable to them. Young pieces. So there's like under 10 players. I think I counted 8 that are currently protected. Should we do one last thing? Let's do the draft lottery. Lakers, Slimes, Knights, Rollers, Supersonics. So all the expansion teams have a good shot at Justice. We don't. We do not. We're starting off at pick 18. That's bad. That's not good. We also have 17. And we also have 17. All right. We are going to have to be trading up to 2. We're going to operate as if pick 1 is protected. Whoever ends up with 1, there's no way they would trade it. Unless we make a manual trade. Oh, who just moved up? Was that the Thunder that just moved up? Did I see that right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm out of my mind. Somebody just moved up. Teams are moving up, but it's not saying anything. I'm forgetting what the logo was. Alright, it's supposed to be the Bucks. And it is. Fiamiko Skeleto from Ghana. It's a promising prospect. Now begins the run of expansion teams. Yes, I'm sure they've never landed the number 1 pick because they've existed for a couple years. Could it be the Slimes? It could be the Slimes. Oh, buddy. Remember when I said I thought the Slimes would be the first expansion team to make the playoffs? It could very well be the Slimes. They don't want to give LJ to the Lakers. Who's it down to? The Slimes and who? I don't know. It won't tell me. It's not saying things anymore. It's the Slimes! Liquid Justice is a slime. He's not just a liquid. He's a slime. The St. Louis Slimes, indeed a historic day, have earned the right to draft Liquid Justice. Whoa. Now, we're going to have a tough task, on the other hand, getting up from 17 to 2. Now, granted, we have some players. We also have 28, 29, and 31. Oh boy. Slimes are the first left expansion team. Yes, I would assume so. Pacers get the Halliburton pick at 34. Oh boy, Mullet, who would have thought? The St. Louis Slimes will pick number 1. Well, let's just go to. Oh boy, we have to think about Mike Brown or not. All right, let's stop. We'll stop there. We'll stop right there. That's a good place to stop. There's nothing else we can really do right now. So, yeah, maybe I'll look for 2 more expansion teams as well. Whew. The St. Louis Slimes. Can't say it's rigged. He was almost a Laker. Now, granted, they drafted DeBoney, so maybe the NBA is like, oh, they don't need both 2 bigs. Yes, they do. Yes, they did. Kind of wish Lakers had 2 because I know they accept. Oh, that's true. Yeah, they love trading to stick in mediocrity. I don't know. They might pass on Justice because they got Nikola Jovic here. I don't know. All right, well, that's a 3rd stream in the books. All right, I do have to go right now. I gotta go. Thanks for watching, Mullet. I think you were the only one today. Did Shadow pop in at some point? I think it was just you. Or no, yeah, you did it at some point. Very early on. But I'll try to stream again tomorrow. We'll see all that. Ripstream, Godspeed. Thanks for watching. We shall talk more on Discord, but I gotta go. Ripstream.